It would help if I had my. Yesterday I was muted. Today I didn't even have my camera on there. Professional streamer. Welcome. Normal America Show host robnoerr. I thought we weren't starting until 10. Me too. There was a potential that I was going to do a collaboration today at 8 o'clock. It didn't happen. So here we are at 9:30 at night. I jumped the gun a little. I'll be honest, me and my wife haven't been feeling the greatest. There's a bug going around, so I hope I'm not getting it. I'm still getting my voice back from yelling at people here the other night, but that's what I do. I like yelling from time to time. It's great to be here with you. Although we're all still alive, all of us here. My guess is most of the people that watched me yesterday are still alive today. That's good, right? Any day you're still alive. Can't complain about that. My day was very good, though. I got to hang out with the in-laws. My mother-in-law made some chili. It was very good. Now, listen, I'm not trying to talk trash on my family or my wife's family here, but I am going to talk a little trash. My mom was a pretty good cook. She was an excellent baker. My mom, she'd make one of the best cakes or pies you've ever made. She makes this like apple cake. It's phenomenal. She's great. She's a pretty good cook. But I would have to say that my wife is a better cook than my mom. And my wife's mom, and pretty much all of her family are pretty good cooks. But here's the thing. Especially with my mom, but also with my wife's family. My mom was super limited because the rest of my family, my dad, my brothers, they didn't like a lot of spice or a lot of vegetables. See, for me, it's like, if I'm going to have chili, I want it to be pretty damn spicy. Not like crazy, like hurts your mouth. But I like a little kick. And, my family was more of just pork chops and seasoning was a little bit of salt. So normally it's sort of like that with my wife's family because there was oftentimes like 8 or 9 people that'll be eating and you always like sort of cook to the lowest common denominator, right? So you're not going to put cayenne pepper in something if one person doesn't like that. But Courtney's mom today made chili basically just for me and her, and it was amazing. It was very spicy, a lot of pepper in it and peppers. So it was very good. I enjoyed my lunch thoroughly. It's one of those things where you have like a late lunch, and so then you're like, we'll be all right for dinner. We'll just find like something small. And then my wife decided she was gonna make like breakfast dinner. Do you ever do that? Just a couple eggs, sausage patty. I like that shit. Kind of flips the day on its head, right? Little breakfast for dinner. I'm a fan. So, a good day. Good food day. Me and Hankster, we're having fun. He's really been into sea monsters. We found this video on YouTube. It was like 28 legendary sea monsters. There was like Moby Dick and the Leviathan and the Kraken and the Loch Ness Monster. And so we were having fun watching that and learning about those things today. He was all about it. I think he likes the idea of sea monsters more because seeing as how we're landlocked, like if you believe the Kraken exists, probably ain't going to get you in rural Pennsylvania, Whereas if you're like Bigfoot or something like that, maybe, might be here, we don't know. Yeah, that's what I said, El Imaginaire. I was telling him, I was like, the giant squid, which is, the Kraken's just a big giant squid, basically. But I was like, that was a myth. And then they found them, so. Yes, thank you, Pal Party. I'm sure you guys can tell that I come from a family of good cooks. Oh, yeah, the Mothman. So when I was in high school, one of the town, there was like a bunch of towns that surrounded me. I was in a real small town called New Bethlehem, and then there was Clarion, and there was Brookville, and then the other direction was Katanning. And there's this bridge in the it says a little town of Katanning, and that's where they filmed the Mothman Prophecy with Richard Gere. They filmed that movie. Spoiler alert, at the end of the Mothman Prophecy movie, a bridge collapses, and it was that bridge in Katanning. They filmed this bridge. Obviously, they didn't collapse the bridge, but they used special effects or whatever to make it look like that bridge was collapsing. And as such, my mother will still to this day not cross that bridge. So you'll have to like take a 10-minute detour like around town if you want to get in the other end there and you're with my mom, because she's like, nope, she saw that movie. But a lot of people I knew were extras in that movie, because like around here, no one's ever filming a movie, let alone with a movie star like Richard Gere. You know, I'm pretty sure the Mothman Prophecy got theatrical release. So it was the talk of the town around here. You know, hey, they're filming like a real movie. So yeah, we probably won't be talking about Mothman to my son much. How's the new Resident Evil game? I saw some footage from it. It looked pretty cool. Kind of looked like the clips I saw reminded me of the first one. It looks like they're like in a house or a mansion or something. I haven't played a Resident Evil game for quite some time, if I'm honest, though. I think Resident Evil 5 was the last one I played. What are they on now? 9? So I've sort of missed out. But you need an $18,000 computer to run that shit. Yeah, I don't know if my piece of shit computer could run it. Now, luckily, I think I got a new one. We're getting there. Everybody jumping the gun. What about the Iran situation? We're getting there. Trust me. We're going to get there. Yeah, it looks decent. Yeah, okay. So, the show tonight, we're going to talk about fallout from the attack on Iran. Terror attacks that we've seen in the United States, it looks like possibly are connected to that, plus attacks we've seen on U.S. embassies, and then other attacks that Iran's launched missiles in places. I don't have much to add, to be honest. I feel lame. It's probably going to be similar to yesterday's show. By the end of the show, I'll be yelling at both sides of my audience. There'll be like two people that like me. The people that want to be like, it's all Netanyahu's fault, and, we're all, Trump's just a piece of shit. Okay, maybe. And then the people that are like, no, this is the most base thing ever. Both those sides are going to hate me by the end of it. So, whatever. And then, less serious, but maybe more serious, depending on how you look at it culturally, I thought it'd be worth talking about some of these clips. What was the award ceremony with all the black actors here? It's the NAACP Image Awards happened. And it went as well as if you thought, imagine, now listen, I want you to think of something for a second. Imagine being one of the protesters that allegedly Khomeini was killing, or someone in Khomeini's cabinet and like the might of the U.S. military's bombing the shit out of you. Pales in comparison, my friends. Pales in comparisons. Right? To the pain and the anguish that the survivors that are black celebrities went through to hear a man with Tourette's say the N-word. My goodness, can you imagine such pain? I don't know how they're doing it. Truly real heroes. Whatever millions of dollars they're getting to pretend to be people on movies, quadruple their wages, because my goodness, to live through that, my goodness, some of the strongest people we've ever seen. You hear these stories, of people that survived war-torn nations and, crawled in broken glass and survived for weeks, barely eating. Nothing on the average black celebrity that heard that a guy with Tourette said the N-words. Yeah, it's Black Americans 9/11. Truly, it's as if they're still under the rubble, waiting to be saved. My goodness. Oh, and then let's start with the fun story. Did you guys see the Kalshi story? So, first off, let me say this. I'm not much of a gambler. I've gambled in my life, but I like gambling like sort of like I like drinking in this sense. It was an excuse to be social. For as much as I was a over drinker for sure, I was never a big just sitting by myself drinking type guy. I like to be with the crowd. That's the way gambling was to me. Like, I used to play Magic the Gathering with friends. I like that. And then they were like, nah, let's play poker. Okay. And it's nice to have some stakes, but we would start off playing like $5 to buy in and get chips. Maybe 8 of us playing. So, maybe first place gets 75% and second place gets 25%. So it's like you won and it's like, oh boy, I got $30 or some shit like that. And then, of course, as I would play, I had this regular poker game, and they always wanted to raise the stakes. And I was never rich, but I worked full time, and some of these dudes didn't. And I'd always be like, man, what's the difference? Either you win money from me, which sucks for me, or I win money from you, and then the rest of the week when we're out at the bar, I have to buy you fucking drinks because you're broke and you're pouting that you lost all your money playing poker. That's sort of how I always was gambling. Like, I'll go out to the casino. I always look at it like this. Like, if me and my wife are going out to the casino, which isn't often, we did go for our honeymoon. We went to Atlantic City. And then on our anniversary this year, we went to a casino. But we'll just be like, hey, we each have $200 to piss away. And once it's gone, it's gone. And I'll play like the penny slot or I'll play like $5 blackjack or some shit like that. But I was never hooked into gambling like, oh man, like I got to win my money back and I'm going to make thousands of dollars. It just wasn't my thing. I could see how people would get like that though. But it was never my thing. So now you got like Poly Market and Kalshi and all these places where you can basically just have markets on anything. And it's sort of fucked up when you think about it, right? Like you can basically have a market on anything. In the sports world, there's all sorts of prop bets now. Like, will the opening coin flip be heads or tails? Will the national anthem go more than 2 minutes? But then it's like, you could just straight up bid on politics. Like, who will win the midterms? Will Trump be removed from office before the end of his term? And if you think about it, you can start to see potential problems. So one of those has occurred. Now, this one, to me, it wouldn't be a problem that I would have foresaw. But I woke up and I saw this and I was just like, this is fucking hilarious. Let's see if I have this. I didn't even save the post. But, so the betting, I don't know what you call it, a betting market or whatever, Kalshi. It had a bet, and I'm going to butcher the story, but you'll get the gist of it. That was basically like, you could bet that by like March 1st or April 1st, whether Khomeini would still be in power. Now, why would this be a bet that people wanted to bet on? Well, because there was potential war with the United States and Iran coming up. Makes sense, right? So people, it's a bit morbid, but people were betting on this. And it was paying out, like, I think you had like a 14% chance was your odds of him not being in power. So if he was out of power, you stood to win, triple your money or whatever. Quadruple your money. So if you bet like 200, you might win like 900. I don't know, something to that effect. Now, Khomeini's dead. But Kalshi comes out and they're like, listen, we're not going to pay out that bet because you're not allowed to pay out bets based on death. In other words, no. What this bet really was that they would capture Khomeini like Maduro, or that he would be forced to resign. Which is bullshit. If I was betting on that, my assumption would be the most likely scenario for Khomeini not being in power is He's killed in a military operation, an assassination, an actual attack. So people are furious. And like the dude that runs Calci, like their CEO, like tried to explain it. And people are just posting story after showing their tickets like, this is bullshit. Like I'm out thousands of dollars over this. And then it raises another question, like before we get to the end of this, but if the date was like March 1st, what would you have done if Iran wouldn't have announced that Khomeini was dead? What if they kept up the charade for another week? Right? If the bet is basically, forget about the shenanigans they're playing, saying, well, actually being killed isn't allowed to pay out. Let's say it was, or let's say the bet was just Khomeini will be alive on March 1st, 2026. How do you confirm it? If the United States is like, he's dead, but Iran's like, nah, he's alive, who gets that call? Which is, I never thought of that, but it's like, yeah, that would be, I mean, if you're talking thousands of dollars, I mean, you know, as an individual, it might be thousands of dollars for you. Hypothetically, you could have bet tens, if not hundreds of thousands of dollars. So you're talking millions of dollars changing hands. And how are you going to enforce that in court? Can you imagine like a judge listening to this and like one side arguing like, Your Honor, my client bet that he would be dead, and the United States and Israel announced that he was dead, like, 7 hours before March 1st, Eastern time. And that Kalshi's team would be like, yes, but the Iranians didn't admit he was dead until March 1st. So the deadline had passed. Pretty, I don't know. I don't know what you would do. But the idea of like, we're not going to pay out because of a death, I mean, think of the absurdity of that. I saw someone explain it this way. I'm old enough to remember, this is going to make me sound like an a-hole, but you ready? When I was like in high school, Tiger Woods was so damn good at golf that you'd probably have 50-50 chance on most majors of taking Tiger or the field. So who do you think's going to win this golf tournament? Tiger Woods or literally anyone else? And you probably were about a 50-50. That's how good he was. He's truly amazing. Let's say you bet, I'll take the field. I think someone other than Tiger would win. And then he dies. They're not going to pay it out? Well, we can't pay out because he died. But that's insane. I mean, what do you even do with that? I think ultimately Kalshi screwed themselves, because why would you ever have any confidence to bet with them anymore? I think they would have been further ahead just paying it out and being like, you know what, maybe we're going to have to rethink whether we do bets like this. But to fight it, I think there's going to be a bunch of people who are like, we're going to take our business elsewhere. We're not going to put up with this bullshit. So I think it's a classic example of a business sort of cutting off their nose to spite their face. And then the other reason this is worth talking about that's a little more serious, and I promise we'll get on to more serious stuff. I just thought this was interesting. There's accusations that on places like Polymarket and Kalshi that there were these anonymous bids that came in for huge amounts of money on bets like, will the United States attack? Now imagine that you're in the room, you're in the military, and you're listening to brass be like, yes, the attacks will commence this week. Make a little anonymous bet. That seems to be like the ultimate insider trading, right? Which seems to be really bad. But there's allegations that this happened. Not only is that bad from like a market standpoint, but it's also bad because hypothetically, if that's possible, well, then you would assume that a foreign adversary would be watching those markets. Do we see any weird bets that are coming in? Now, I'm not saying that's likely to occur, but you can imagine how insane would it be if a big military operation, the sort of surprise of it was ruined because of fucking betting markets? And it really does show, like, sort of just the partially how degenerate as a society we've become. Well, you bet on anything. It just, I don't know. I don't even know how you make it illegal, though. Or if you should. Online gambling, look, the libertarian in me is like, fuck it, why not? If I want to go up to my friends and be like, yeah, I want to play a game of poker for $10, why shouldn't I be allowed? If I want to bet my friend, a steak dinner on who wins the Super Bowl, why shouldn't I be allowed? So if I want to gamble online, it's sort of the same thing, except obviously bigger in scope. Why shouldn't it be allowed? But man's a fucking degenerate. Anyways, go follow me on Kick and Rumble. I'm not suggesting that you shouldn't be allowed to do it. I don't know. But it's a bad play. It's a bad play. Like, I don't know. I knew a guy that claimed that was his job. He, played cards and he was good enough at it and he made a living. And he seemed to. So I'm not saying it's not possible. But I think the reason that works is because most people are dupes. So the experts that spend their whole life doing it, they know how to get an edge. And then the rest of everyone else is doing it. It's like sort of being duped. Now, if you're just doing it as a hobby, okay. But if this is your retirement plan or some bullshit, Yeah, the little town that I was from, they fucking, you could buy fucking, look, I don't think I'm fucking breaking any news here, but in rural towns where businesses are leaving and they're becoming poor across this country, not that difficult to find all manner of drugs that are illegal. Other stuff going on, right? Cops in my area of the world sometimes doing a good job with that, sometimes not. The town I grew up in, it was big news there like 2 years ago. They broke up, the one bar was having a poker game, $5 entry. There were 20 people. Oh, shit. That's $100. The bar ended up getting fined like $3,000. They took all the money. It's like, are you fucking kidding? That's what you're up to? You guys did it. You got those hardened criminals, The local haircut salon lady and the fucking mailman were playing a poker game. Fucking stupid. Yeah, that's right. So, anyways, there was that little stupid story to get us started. Let's get into the real shit. How we feeling? How we feeling day 2 after striking Iran? So, when I last left you, one of the, I got shit for this. I saw one of the comments on my live stream yesterday, and it was like, basically the equivalent of, well, who am I to say we can't trust anything? Couldn't you say that about anything? After all, how do I know the Civil War happened? Am I not just trusting people? I wasn't there. Yeah, I suppose so. So we're going to talk about that for a second. But first, Robert Whaley, thanks for the $5. Says there's a Cryptids of Pennsylvania video on YouTube. Oh, shit. I'll have to get Hank into it. I'm sure he'll be pleased. Our good friend, potentially criminal Sean, $2 says, can we name Brian Shapiro Crying Brian? Of course we can. Sean, it's called respect. Little thing called respect. Angel of War, thanks so much for the 20. Says, what if President Trump uses Kelsey for his policy? American Dad, 16 months. Damn. Thank you. Says, Iran will be a nothing burger to Americans as norm. It may be. We'll talk about that. And then potentially criminal again, $5 says, it'll be like South Park. The Ayatollah takes a dive and collects the winnings. Geopolitical point shaving. Yeah. Brock Williamson, $5 says, you don't get enough credit for your contribution. Thanks, man. I appreciate it. Amazu, $2 with a, what do we got, a Gengar? Am I right? I know my original 151 Pokemon. After that, I'm no good. Just throwing some cash into the tip jar. God bless. Thank you, Gengar. Appreciate it. Thank you, everyone over on Rumble as well. We appreciate you all. Kick, Twitch, and X. Thank you so much, everyone. Now, and Bandit. 14 months, as I always forget the member milestone. 16's, I think, the most I've seen. I could be wrong. Rob, show me your penis. Yeah. Any reports of U.S. boots on the ground in Iran at this point? Not that I've seen. So I said, how can we trust sort of anything? Let's see if I can find the comment that the person made. How do I even do that? I do it on my phone, but I've never tried it on my computer. Community. Comment, sort by newest, apply. Most people against me. They just think I'm wrong. I would say the bulk of the people commenting on YouTube on that video are very much like, Trump's the worst. You fell for it. Let's see. Well, whatever. I can't find the exact comment, but basically it has to do with this. And I've seen people make these sort of comments. I understand that it's not the hot take that people want. If I could sum up what my take yesterday was, which is largely what it is today, initially I do not like this attack. I do not. However, if I take a step back and I ask myself, can I envision a world where I would accept the United States doing an attack like this? And I would say yes. If it's true that Iran was working towards a nuclear weapon to use it, okay. If it's true that they tried to assassinate Trump, okay. And there's other scenarios with the tax that they were going to take or whatever that, okay, I could accept it. The problem is, do I believe that that was occurring? I don't know. Because even if I would say, well, Trump's different, I'm not a fool, and I know many of the people in our military are lifers that have been there for a long time. This is the sort of lies that they told us about Afghanistan, Syria, Libya, Iraq, etc. However, on the other hand, so far, the operation in Venezuela seemed to have gone very swimmingly, about as swimmingly as I can imagine a major military operation occurring in my adult lifetime. So maybe we do have more competent people running the show now. So my gut feeling is I really don't like it. And I think there could be potential blowback, but it could end up being a potential nothing of a story really and end up with positive feedback. This is not a popular opinion. People want you to just jump on one side or the other. Trump is in bed with Netanyahu. Nick Fuentes take, for example. This proves it. Trump's in bed with Netanyahu. Netanyahu controls our government. Don't vote in the midterm. If you do vote, vote Democrat. I think that's a bad plan. But okay. There's a take. Then, of course, the opposite side is, I trust Trump no matter what. He's the man. He ran on basically telling us that he would do shit like this. No surprise here. It was accomplished very well. You're a piece of shit if you don't think so. Okay, I guess that's a take. I'm somewhere in between, and I know that that's not popular. The way to become a really popular streamer is just to be like, pick a side. Trump's always the best. He's, bringing in the golden age, greatest politician ever, or he's the devil. And that's it. That's how you become a popular streamer. I've never really been that. I worked for Trump's campaign as a volunteer. I was offered a job in 2020 with their campaign, a very low level, just county level shit. I didn't take it, not because I was mad at Trump, but because it would have interfered with my actual job and it didn't pay much. And they wanted me to get rid of my social media, which I didn't want to do. But I've criticized Trump heavily on many things, including wasn't a fan of the first Iran attack, wasn't a fan of the Venezuela action. So I don't know what to say to people other than I don't think that I'm out of character in sort of not being too heavy on one side or the other. My gut feeling is I don't like it. The same as it was with Venezuela. I didn't like the attack. But a lot of it has to do with what will we learn going forward? And more importantly, probably, as fucked up as it is to say, what will the results of this be? For example, Cletus from the Holler. What a great name. My dad's from the Holler. He says, I'm an Afghan vet. I want to send my sons to war. I did it and I'm proud of it. They don't need to go. I study war so my sons can study science. Right. If we end up with boots on the ground and this becomes a conflict extended, yeah, I think that'll fucking suck. If it's like the Venezuela situation, okay, not so bad. I don't think it's going to be as simple as the Venezuela thing. That doesn't mean I think it'll be 20 years like Afghanistan. But I don't think it's going to be that simple. If I was pressed right now, and I have very low confidence in this, but if you had to say, Rob, best guess with the U.S. military, how does this end up? I think that we will end up with an incredibly limited amount of boots on the ground eventually, but it'll be very brief. I think at some point there will be enough understanding from what's left of an Iranian regime that they're going to want to talk it out more. So I don't think we're likely to see anything like Afghanistan or Syria. I think it's going to be more akin to like limited amounts of boots on the ground, but the attacks you will see are going to be sleeper cell attacks. But I might be totally wrong. I'd admit it if I'm wrong. If all of a sudden this ends up with like China declaring war with the United States, I would say I didn't. I think it's a possibility, but that's not what I would predict. So we're going to get to Austin, yes. So that's ultimately what I think. I see every once in a while, what about Israel? What about Israel? Look, no doubt Israel wanted the United States to attack Iran and has wanted it for a long time. Of course. Does this mean that this is the reason that Trump did this? Because it's just Israel's controlling the U.S. government? I don't think so. I don't. I think that Israel has a voice in the Trump administration. I think they do. Not necessarily just that. I'm sure they do have a straight up diplomatic, but more so because of their relationship with sort of establishment neocon type Republicans like your Lindsey Grahams, your Ted Cruz's, etc. I do not believe, as so many people, now I'm critical of Israel in the sense that I don't think they should have shit all to do with influencing our government. I don't mind a government saying, hey, America, let's be friends. Here's why, if you took these actions, it would be good for both of us. That's one thing. But I think Israel has a little bit more of a voice than that. But I don't think it's to the extent that people say. They're, the name them people are just like, everything's Israel. Everything. Trump wants to lower rates. Israel. That's Israel. Trump wants to secure the border. Israel. Trump wants to depose Maduro. Israel. Trump wants to buy Greenland. Israel. I mean, like I said, someone who I respect is very intelligent, J.F. Garriepi. When I debated him, I mean, it got so. This was during the Rittenhouse trial. Everyone involved in the Rittenhouse trial is Jewish. Really? Yes. It's all a Jewish op. Really? Now, that's not to say that Israel isn't influencing it. I'm not saying that. But I think there are people that think that, like, Trump's just like, yes, Mr. Netanyahu, whatever you say, sir. I don't think that's happening. I just don't. I think that Israel's making a case, and I think that Trump finds it to be compelling, or at least in line with the interest of what he wants and what he thinks is best for the United States. Let me make that case for you, right? I've got no problem with no Jewish people. I don't see in my community, in my state. I don't see mass terrorist attacks from Jewish people. I do see it from Islamic people. I do see the Islamic people as completely anathema to my culture. Perhaps Hasidic Jewish and people that are deeply in the Jewish faith, maybe they would be anathema to my culture as well. I don't know. And I understand, though, that a lot of people say, well, the entire reason, like Islam and shit, that's all because of the Jews as well. They're forcing it. I don't know. There we go. I knew it. Got that 7,000. I wish. My man Zach Gelpy said the check's in the mail, so I'll be happy. When I get it, you'll see me eating bagels. You'll know. Yeah, I did see that Tyler Oliveira. It's very interesting. That what I was talking about that. I've driven through that town. What did I call it the other? Lakeview, I think it's called, New Jersey. It is kind of crazy. Like the Hasidic Jewish camp. Like I was going through there because my father-in-law drives oversized loads, and he was like, look at how many of the cars are dented up and shit. He's like, these Jewish folks can't drive, man. They're slamming into everything. One day he had an oversized load, and a younger Hasidic Jewish guy with the whole fucking outfit on was riding a pedal bike and just fucking like 20 mile an hour slammed into the side of the oversized house that he had. just slammed into it and like ripped the fucking plastic that was on it and just like fucking got spun away. He's like, it looked like it hurt like shit. But yeah, it was interesting that there's like organization. Like I heard, is this true that the Cars for Kids shit? I used to see these commercials. I used to have cable. I haven't had cable for years. But you'd always see these commercials for Cars for Kids. You donate your old car and it would go to benefiting kids. I heard that only helps like Jewish schools. I don't know if that's true, but interesting. And then it seemed to be a lot of like what that Tyler guy's alleging. I don't know if this is true, but it's interesting. What he's alleging is a lot of these Hasidic Jewish communities, they'll like get themselves on like political boards and then push a bunch of funding to like, let's help schools. But then they only send those monies to like their schools that are for Hasidic Jewish people. Now, I don't know if that's true or not, but that's fucked up. If that's the case. Not a fan of that. Now, most Jewish people I've known, which, well, let me start with this. My guess is most Jewish people I have personally known, I didn't even know they were Jewish. Is that fair? I think that's probably fair. Hasidic Jews is a little different. Like, they kind of dress in a way, it's like Amish. I know the fucking Amish. I live amongst the Amish. There's no mistaking. You know the Amish. You might get them confused for Mennonite, but that's about it. Hasidic Jews would be in that camp. But most Jewish people, I don't even think I know. They're probably people I meet and I'm friends with that be like, by the way, I'm Jewish. I don't give a shit. I don't care. The way they're living their life isn't like, on face value, isn't like bitching about the things I'm doing or things of that nature. I don't know that that's true with Islam. Now, I have known some good Muslims. I have. One of the nicest people I ever met was a Muslim. He was a tremendous dude. But I've known some fucking scary ones. And you can see this sort of, you pretty much know when someone's Islamic. Not always, but tends to be a little more radical. Yeah, and there's a difference between ethnic Jews and religious Jews. Jack Hughes, the Golden Goal, he's ethnically Jewish, right? Yeah, I did have an insane Muslim debate partner for one tournament that wanted to kill all Jewish children. It was fucked up. No, I don't. I can honestly say, did you know this guy was ethnically Jewish? That guy's Jewish, ethnically. I fucking know till they said it. If I was at a hockey game and that guy was signing a fucking card for me, I would have known. My man calls into the show all the time from Maine First, tremendous organization, someone I really like, Zach Gilby. I mean, I guess now that I know he's Jewish, I could say, oh, well, maybe hair looks a little. I didn't know. I know he's Jewish. Call in, talk about economics and shit. Zach and me align in our politics 90 to 95%. I don't give a shit he's Jewish. What do I care? If he's like, well, here's why we should send a shitload of money to Israel, I'd be like, yeah, you're a fucking idiot. You're wrong. You know? So now, Tyler, the average debate enjoyer, wishes he was Jewish. Okay, he's not Jewish. I don't know. I don't really give a shit. But maybe it's because I live in an area where there's probably not a lot of Jewish people. I don't know any synagogues or anything within an hour of me. Fairness. You see, this is the response you get. This is why one of the biggest reasons that the people that are critical of Israel will never get or will find it difficult, I won't say never, to get mainstream acceptance is because of this. It does not matter. It doesn't matter. You have to 100% be against everything Jewish 100% of the time and agree that Jews are the worst people in the world and they control everything. Every negative action that ever happens is because of Israel and the Zionists and the Jewish people. And if not, you're a fucking idiot for not understanding and being honest about it. That's right. They lie about Israel so much, they end up making you defend Israel. Why? Because you cry about things. I didn't say Jew, Jew, Jew. What are you saying then? Why don't you tell me? What is it that you said, what are you implying when you say, I'm a fucking idiot for not understanding this and being honest about it? Here, let me, you ready? Here, let me. Nah, man, here's the deal, right? It's not that every Jewish person's bad. You want to be ethnically Jewish? Hell, even if you practice your religion and you're Jewish. I'm not saying that you're bad. What I'm saying is that the Zionists control everything. Everything. And they have for 50 years in this country. Every administration is totally controlled by the Zionist. Every foreign policy decision we make is because of the Zionist. All of the decisions we make about our interest rates and other things like that, every single one of them is the Zionist. See, what happens is the Zionists were working with Jeffrey Epstein, and now they have blackmail material, and that all of our politicians were engaged in intercourse with children. That Epstein has them on tape, so now the Zionists have proof of it. And so they use that as leverage to get control over every one of our politicians. And even to the extent that there are some that aren't controlled, they have control over enough of them at the top levels that this means that every foreign policy decisions that's made in the United States is because of the Zionists. Even when you had people like Barack Obama that was doing the Iran deal, sending pallets of cash to Iran, which seemingly would be antithetical to the Zionists, actually it was all play by the Zionists. They knew that inevitably this would spur the right-wing neocons to start to be upset and then demand that we have some sort of conflict with Iran, which was the Zionist plan from the get-go. There, did I get it? Am I right now? Am I on it? No, Obama wasn't in the files, just his top attorneys, his donors. Hakeem Jeffries was setting up dinners with Epstein and Obama after he was found guilty. Did I get it? He says, no, I didn't say anything like that. But our involvement in the Middle East is highly influenced by Israel. Wow, almost like what I said. Israel does have an influence. But maybe there's a reason outside of just Israel that politicians like Donald Trump would be vested as well. You said that I'm an idiot. You see, it's always a straw man. That's not what I said. But they won't say what they're saying. You're just an idiot for not understanding it. You're like, I don't know. I think the Jewish lobby has influence in the United States. I don't particularly like that. But I also don't know that that's the reason that we make all of these decisions. And they're like, you're a fucking idiot, man. You're an idiot. How dare you not know? And you're like, oh, okay. Then I guess you're saying they are the reason for all these policies. I didn't say that. The vague post Zionist explainers, right? Never tell you, like Candace Owens. I'm just asking questions. You're an idiot if you don't agree with me. Well, what's your conclusion? I don't have a conclusion. I'm just asking questions. That's all. But you're a piece of shit if you don't agree with me. Agree with what? What's your theory? I'm just asking questions. Don't put words in my mouth. I didn't say anything. But you're a piece of shit if you don't agree with me. Yeah, Sniper. Wow, man. Thank you so much for the memberships. I promise I'll read them here in a second. So anyways, before we got off on that tangent, yes, to give the name 'em people what they want. I do think that there is influence by the Israeli lobby. I definitely do. I just don't think that it's ever expansive and responsible for every single foreign policy decision that the United States makes, with the Trump administration or elsewhere. I don't think that that's it. I think a case could be made outside the scope of Israel for why potentially you'd want Khomeini taken out of power. And there's a bunch of reasons that you could give. You could give reasons such as isolating China. Okay? You could give reasons such as Iran basically declared war on the United States over 50 years ago, and they've been involved, allegedly, in a bunch of fucking attacks against U.S. interests, U.S. businesses, U.S. soldiers, U.S. people. I was reading, I don't know if this is true, but I was reading about this agent William Buckley. Did you guys hear about this guy? Supposedly, this guy William Buckley was like an agent working with the United States, and again, this is one of these things you won't know if it's true or not, but here, I'll see if I can find the post on X. Okay. LH Gray says, never forget William F. Buckley. This wasn't some desk jockey spook. It was a battle-hardened CIA station chief in Beirut. Green Beret legend who walked into that blood-soaked shithole in 84 after the Iranian-backed Hezbollah suicide truck bomb vaporized our embassy and slaughtered dozens of Americans. Buckley's mission? Rebuild the entire intel network that these people had just gutted. He knew the risk, he went anyways. On March 16th, 84, Hezbollah gunmen snatched him off of Beirut Street like a gutless cowards they are. The Iranian Revolutionary Guard and Hezbollah muscle directed straight from Tehran took over. For 15 months, 444 days. They didn't just kidnap him. They waged a sadistic, systemic war on his body, mind, and soul. Coffin-sized cell, blindfolded, shackled 24/7, starved, sleep-deprived, pumped full of drugs and hallucinogens through puncture marks that still show up in the autopsy. Beaten methodically, one punch to the gut, one kick to the head at a time, till his organs were mush. The psychotic Hezbollah psychiatrist Aziz Al-Abab and his Iranian handlers turned it into an art form. Psychological attacks designed to shatter the strongest wills on earth. They wanted every name, every asset, every operation. They got 400 pages of confession, over 200 to 300 CIA sources burned. Many of those patriots were hunted down and executed because this hero broke under torture no human should have to endure. Other hostages heard him through thin walls, retching, coughing up blood, hallucinating hot cakes and syrup in his delirium. Hezbollah sent the CIA 3 videos, each one showing more destroyed than the last. Once an iron warrior reduced to a gaunt, drooling shell. They denied him medical care on purpose. Pneumonia set in. His heart gave out on June 3rd, 1985, tortured to death by the animals who get heartbreaking Americans because of their death cult religion to tell them it's holy. His body dumped like garbage on a Beirut roadside years later, wrapped in bandages and ropes, catheters still in from whatever fresh hell they inflicted at the end. This is what the Iranian-backed Hezbollah does. That's their psychology, not random. Culty, but calculated soul murder to humiliate America, prove jihadist savagery, beats Western strength, and send a message, we own you. Same playbook as the 83 Marine barracks bombing that murdered 241 of our brothers. Same with Colonel William Higgins, hung and mutilated. Same mullah death cult that's been at war with the United States since 79. Imad Mughenia, the mastermind behind Buckley's nightmare, got vaporized by CIA drone last year. Now, I don't know if this is true. Yes, I know why Islam hates us. Let me put it someone who's more articulate than me.
In 1788, when the United States was barely a country,
Right.
it was having its sailors taken as slaves by the Barbary states, the states of the Ottoman Empire in North Africa. Tripoli.
Shores of Tripoli.
Shores of Tripoli. Ships stopped. Its crews carried off into slavery. We estimate 1.5 million European and American slaves taken between 1750 and 1815. Jefferson and Adams went to their ambassador in London and said, why do you do this to us? The United States has never had a quarrel with the Muslim world of any kind. We weren't in the Crusades. We weren't in the war in Spain. Why do you do this to our people and our ships? Why do you plunder and enslave our people? And the ambassador said very plainly, Mr. Abdul Rahman said, because the Quran gives us permission to do so, because you are infidels. And that's our answer. And Jefferson said, well, in that case, I will send a navy which will crush your state, which he did. Islamic fundamentalism is not created by American democracy. It's a lie to say so. It's a masochistic lie. And it excuses those who are the real criminals, and it blames us for the attacks made upon us.
I'm not saying that the United States has never done shit in the region that would have a negative appeal. But make no mistake, the idea that we say, like, well, how's the United States to blame? Sometimes you just have to admit that a lot of these ideologies just aren't compatible with us. By the way, that's the reason we don't want that shit here in this country anyways, as we're going to get to when we talk about the sleeper cells coming up. But to further this point, maybe Trump's listening to people that think that Iran's continuing to attack U.S. troops and soldiers. And Trump's like, fuck all that, not under my watch. I believe Trump really gives a shit about our troops. I do. You may disagree, but that's what I think. And I think he's proud. And I think he'd be like, you know what, fuck that. Like when he killed Soleimani. I think that's what's going on. He's got a short fuse when it comes to fucking with U.S. soldiers. So if he thinks that there is terror regime in Iran that's responsible for attacks against U.S. soldiers, he might say, well, then fuck it. We're going to take out those leaders. I also think that it's quite possible. It doesn't matter if it's true or not, though it may very well be true. What matters is, what does Trump think? And I think Trump probably believes, and it may very well be true, which has been publicly stated, that Iran tried to assassinate him. I think that if Trump believes that, he'd be like, you're damn right. We're going to take these motherfuckers out. He didn't do it in the first administration, really. But if he thinks that they were trying to assassinate him, and there's still attempts to assassinate him, I think, regardless of Israel's stance, Trump might say, fuck them. And that's before we even get into the question of trying to attain nuclear weapons. Again, I say this, and I would have skipped to that. My gut feeling is I don't like this attack. But I'm just giving, like, the idea that it's all because of Israel, or the Epstein files or some shit. It's like, well, if you're steel manning the other side of the argument, there's definitely arguments. If Trump thinks that they're trying to get nuclear weapons, you might say, well, he's being lied to by Lindsey Graham and our intel. Maybe, but hear me out for a second. Maybe not, but maybe, okay, even still. But if Trump thinks it, doesn't it seem in Trump's character, particularly in here in his second administration, where he's so fixated on foreign policy, which, by the way, is a mistake, in my opinion. I think he should be focused more on domestic issues back home. But it is what it is. And I think that Trump's trying to be like, he's trying to do something that's got a lasting impression. He wants trade deals that reshape the geopolitical sphere. He wants to change the nature of the United States as the world's police. Make NATO countries pay more, etc. And I think part of that is, I'm going to take care of this Iran shit right now. I'm not making the point, by the way, Thomas. I'm not saying this proves that this is a good idea. What I'm saying is, the people that are just like, well, it's all because of Israel. It's just Netanyahu says, All right, Mr. Trump. Now I can't do one. Can someone, what's a Jewish accent even? I don't even know a Netanyahu accent. I'm not a good fucking anti-Zionist. But I don't think it's as simple as Netanyahu says, now's the time. You'll do what we say. We have the blackmail on you. And he's like, okay. I think there are reasons that you could highlight why someone would want to do this, why the president would want to do this. That's all I'm saying. Now, I could do the exact same thing on the other side. Could be, yeah, theoretically, I guess it could be that Israel's got Trump by the balls and they've had all of our presidents by the ball. I guess it's possible. I don't see the proof of that. But it could be. Could be that Trump's in the Epstein files and they have blackmail on him. Could be. Could be that Trump was always just a Zionist shill. Suppose it could be. I can't prove it's not. Be very difficult to prove that. Let me ask you this hypothetical. Could it be that Israel really, 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 really wanted the United States to do this attack and that this would be an attack that's beneficial for the United States? Answer this question, Rob. Do you want someone donating $250 million to your president that does not have the same times and same end times fuck. Religion is me. I know what the word means. Sure, I don't know. Why not? Lobbying's a problem anyway. Would it be all right if they were fucking Protestant and want to import millions of fucking third world worlders into the country? Or if they were fucking atheist science people like Bill Gates, would that be better? Eschatology, thank you. I don't know. Yeah, lobbying seems to be a problem. Very few people that donate millions of dollars have my worldview. True. The cooking of snails. Eschatology, yes. These Jews are trying to fulfill their end times. Can you at least admit that maybe their religion is right? No, I don't think their religion is right. What it must be like to go through life every day being like, what's Israel up to today? I was going to go get a Big Mac. Does Israel want me to get the Big Mac? I don't know. What show should I watch tonight? Israel. Oh my gosh. Is Israel involved in the new Game of Thrones? I was going to get the new Resident Evil, but I don't know if Israel's involved. Am I allowed to cheer the U.S. winning the gold medal hockey game? Israel. That could be what Israel's trying to do for the end times. I don't know. Should I wear a ball cap today or is that what Israel wants? I don't know. Can we admit that it's a bad thing that Israel wants the end times to come here and they disagree with us religiously? Maybe they're right about their religion. Yeah, I don't know, man. I guess. Good luck. Good luck with you. I don't know. What's the answer then? Let's say that Israel wants the end times and they wanted the United States to bomb Iran. Okay? Let's say that's the answer. But let's say hypothetically, just hypothetically, that Iran also was trying to assassinate Trump and build a nuclear weapon. What's the answer? Allow them to build the bomb and assassinate Trump? Because to stop them would be part of Israel's Zionist plan to trigger their end time scenario? Can someone tell me? What would be the issue? If these two things are true simultaneously, that Israel is an evil fucking anti-Christian religion, and they're trying to trigger in like the red heifer or whatever the shit is and the end of times, right? They're trying to trigger that. But the Muslims in Iran also are trying to assassinate Trump and build a nuclear weapon. Then what do we do? What's the answer? Let them assassinate Trump? Let them build a nuclear bomb? I don't know. I'm honestly asking. And what I see is so many of these people that despise Israel. Fair play. I don't give a shit. What stake do I have in fucking Israel? Hate them all you want. I don't give a fuck. Israel, go fuck yourself like every other country in the world. Canada, UK, France, Vietnam. I don't give a shit. I don't want them having too much of a voice in my country. Yeah, I don't know. I don't know that. That seems to be a risk. That the mullahs that declared war on the United States in the 70s that have tortured our agents and kidnapped people, if we leave them get a nuclear weapon, they're not going to use it for anything. Purely defensive. Maybe they wouldn't launch the bomb, but you don't think this will allow them to become more aggressive? Well, now they can say, hey, if you try to do anything, we have a nuclear weapon. Maybe the mullahs be imposed. Okay, let's say that's true. Okay, because of shitheads in the CIA in the 50s or whatever, now we just have to accept the mullahs getting nuclear weapons and trying to assassinate our president. Hey, after all, to stop that would be antithetical to what Israel wants. What are you going to do next? I saw someone say this the other day. It's amazing that white people want to talk about looting so much where their entire culture was built on looting all of their wealth from other countries. Cool. Now we're going back to the 50s. Want to go back further? Why stop at 1950? Want to go back further? When is the United States allowed to protect ourselves? When we don't say, oh, the United States did something really bad in the past, so. Well, we should allow the mullahs because the United States fucked up with that back in the 50s, to overthrow the Shah and shit. And we should give the land back to the Native Americans. And we have to give reparations to all black people. After all, the United States fucked up, right? Now, if the mullahs want to get nuclear weapons and fucking attack people and torture U.S. citizens, oh well, they want to assassinate a president. What can we do? Well, see, straight shot, that's the rub, isn't it? That's the rub. I don't have the proof, which is exactly what I'm saying. The problem is, outlining is, here are reasons that possibly we would say would be a reason outside of just Israel why the United States would want to engage in this sort of attack. And you're just like, no. Instead of saying, yeah, okay, if that stuff's true, I can see that. You're just like, nope, Israel. Just Israel. They're trying to bring the end times. So I don't want to hear about it. Now, you could be right. I could say, what if they tried to assassinate Trump? And you're like, yeah, what if they didn't? What if it was a lie? Yeah, you're right. That's fucked up. How do I know? They did. The Trump administration did say that. I'm looking something up, Rockets Red Glare. September 2024, during his campaign, Trump posted on his social media that big threats on my life being made by Iran. Moves were already made by Iran that didn't work out, but they will try again. He also floated that Iran may or may not have been involved in the 2 assassination attempts. In early 2025, Trump stated he left instructions for Iran to be obliterated if it assassinated him or attempted to. Most recently is early 2026, in official context like statements surrounding U.S. military actions against Iran. References to prior Iranian attempts on his life have been echoed in supportive statements. Trump has described Iran as making threats and implied failed attempts, though he sometimes used conditional language. November 2024, U.S. State Department of Justice unsealed charges revealing Iran's Islamic Revolutionary Guard courts tasked an operative Fareed Shakiriya with surveying and planning to assassinate Trump, then president-elect, before the 2024 election. Additional plots to Iran or Iran-backed operatives were reported in 2024, including one involving a Pakistani national, Asif Merchant, allegedly coordinating to kill leaders, including Trump. By 2026, in statements from the Trump administration, White House releases on military operations against Iran, like Operation Epic Fury, prior assassination attempts by Iran on Trump are cited as justification, with references by the regime to having, quote, repeatedly tried to assassinate President Trump. So yes, part of what the administration is saying right now is one of the reasons were the repeated assassination attempts of President Trump. Epic Fury, what a Trump-sounding name, right? Biggest Epic Fury ever. Jake Rattlesnake's blaming Israel? Sure, I'll talk to Jake. I'll probably be doing the extravaganza with him this week. Why? 50% of the Democrats would be happy if they tried to take out Trump. That could be bullshit. Maybe they weren't behind the assassination attempts. Okay. Here's what I think. I think that both sides, all three sides, Israel, Iran, the United States, all have incentive to propagandize. That's what I think. And I don't know if I believe any of it at face value. I start with that. I'm like, I don't know. Therefore, I don't like this attack. But you can see to the audience, that doesn't matter. To the people that the Jews are responsible for everything, that's not enough. You're a piece of shit if you're not just like, clearly it's all Israel. Iran's just the nicest dudes in the world. They're like, we just want to invite Trump over for coffee. And now he's killing us all because he's probably in the Epstein files. All the Islamic people that are here are just because of the Jews. Israel put all of them here. They're all being opened by certain individuals and certain power block. My concern is acknowledging the road to that instead of it. You see, here's what happened, Rob. Every NGO that's responsible for bringing all of the Muslims here, all of them are Jewish. Dearborn, Michigan, all the Islam there. Don't get mad at Islam, get mad at the Jews. The Jews are what put Islam there. That's what's going on. So you can't get mad. Don't get mad at Islam. They're killing people right now in Austin, Texas. But don't. Every time a Muslim kills someone, go, that's the Jews. The Jews are doing it. It's Jews, Zionism. That's what's going on. We always have to focus on it's always Israel. Everything. It's always them. And we just know it's true. They're all connected. Adelson, Soros. See, it's all Jewish connected. Everything. It's all, it's Jewish. So now there was an attack in Cincinnati tonight. Yep, that was probably the Jews. This guy that was wearing the For Allah shirt that shot, well, even if he was doing it for Allah, he's only there because a Jewish organization put him there in the first place. That's what it's all about. You see? It's always that. I can't even get to like, can we say this? Can we say, well, Islam's doing terror attacks. Sleeper cells now they're gonna attack. They have been attacking. That's what Islamic people have been doing. I don't like the Islamification of our country. Can we start there? Can we say that maybe is a problem? Are all the grooming gangs, it's all Jewish too, right? No, I won't say. This is what I'm saying. Even you must admit that the placement comes from our involvement in the Middle East at the behest of Israel. I'm not saying only Israel bad, Islam good. I never said that. No, what I'm saying is I don't think you have proof that every decision for the past 50 years that the United States has made in the Middle East is only because we are bowing to Israel. It has nothing to do with U.S. interests. It's only because the United States government is a puppet of Israel. I don't see the proof of that. I don't see it. I think that it can be true that Israel's interest coincides with a lot of the globalist interest. And I think that there's certainly lobbying that goes on. But we're just supposed to take it at face value. If the United States ever does anything that Israel agrees with, then we have to say that's because Israel forced the United States. Every single time. There's no questioning. As soon as you're like, I don't know, people are like, oh, you got paid. The critiques you're giving aren't specific to my position, which is nuanced. Someone else said I was paid, not you. They said my $7,000 check may have came. Now, here's what I'm trying to do. Something happened that I don't really like. So I'm like, let's think of the scenarios where this could be something I'd be like, okay, it's justified. And let's think of the scenarios where if you think it's justified, you'd be like, wow, that's not good. And what happens is you try to do this, it's overwhelmingly the people that want to blame Israel for everything are like, you're a dumb shit, Rob. It's all Israel. How could you not see it? It's clear as day. It's all because of Israel. And I'm like, no, wait a minute. Maybe, but maybe there's a bunch of other reasons. Maybe Trump thinks they tried to assassinate him. Maybe Trump thinks that they're trying to build a nuclear weapon. Maybe Israel had some input in those things, but maybe even without Israel's input, he would think that. And these people were like, no, you can't even question it. You can't. There is no scenario. There's no scenario. It's always Israel. It could only be because of Israel. That's it. That is what I'm saying. I don't know how to deal with that. What do I say to that? Then it's an article of faith for you. It's tantamount to your religion. You have a religious hatred of the country of Israel, and therefore you blame them for everything, which is, you're right. I just don't know. I'd like to see proof before I jump on that bandwagon. I think that it seems a little simplistic. I don't believe you could make the claim that the root cause seems to be born of the Zionist political position. I think you provided zero evidence for that claim. I think that this is no different. That you, to me, sound exactly like debating a feminist that says the root cause for all this is patriarchy, or debating a socialist that says the root cause for all evils are capitalism. You can shoehorn it into everything. Everything. Any single problem that ever occurs, you can be like, well, if we take it back to the root, it's Israel. Every time. I'm not saying you're debating me. I'm just saying I don't believe that position. And it's not just you, consumer. It's literally dozens of people every time that any sort of foreign policy comes up. Every single time, there's going to be dozens of people in the chat that are going to be the most zealous people that are like, it's, how could you not see it's the Jews? It's just the Jews. How could you not see it? Up to and including people calling in, trolls calling in, saying that people like Rachel Wilson's base, but she might have some Jewish blood, time to kick her out of the country. That's the shit you deal with on that side of the ledger. And you're like, hey man, no, I don't want a foreign country having undue influence on our country. And I think Israel's one of the ones that have the strongest amount of influence, and I'm for tamping down that. And it may well be that one of the big reasons that we're in this conflict is because of Israel. However, it could be that there were legitimate reasons to take out Khomeini, and maybe things will end up better. So my current position is I don't really like the attack right now. If it goes the way the Maduro attack went and it's very small consequences, maybe it'll be worth it. If I could see, which I'll probably never be able to, the underlying intel and they really did try to assassinate Trump, then fuck them. Yeah, good. I'm glad their leadership was taken out. If I could see the underlying intel and they're really trying to get a nuclear weapon, then yeah, fuck them. I guess I don't mind the decision as long as there's proper planning and a good plan to make sure it doesn't escalate, that they were taken out. But all of that is just like, did you get your $7,000 check? Is that what happened? Clearly Israel. Okay. Anyways, this will be the next 3 months of my show. Every single policy that comes out of the Trump administration from here on out will just be, yeah, but Israel, Trump's deporting people in this kind. That's probably Israel. He only does what Israel says. Why does Israel want 300 deportations out of LA this week? What's that about? Wonder what Israel's playing it here. I would go talk to Jay Dyer about it, sure. Wonder how. What's it matter? It leaves domestic policy. Why does that matter? Any domestic policy that Trump does is just because Israel wants him to do it. So what's the difference? I shouldn't even look as whether or not it directly benefits my life. After all, it's just about Israel bringing in the end times. So why should I give a shit? To the extent if Trump tomorrow decides, you know what, we're going to deport another million people, then I would be forced to go. But that's because Israel wants it. And even if that's good for me, that must be bad because Israel wants it. I'm not saying it's beyond the pale, but a lot of this is maybe Israel fed false intelligence. Like, what's the theory here? Someone tell me. The Israel people, tell me what's the theory. Is it A, Trump's in the Epstein files, Epstein was working for Mossad, they have blackmail on Trump, that's why he attacked Israel. Scenario A. B, Israel has some sort of blackmail outside of that or pays Donald Trump huge, copious amounts of money, and that's why he attacked Iran. C, Israel is lying and somehow has influence on other people around Trump that's lying to Trump. They got him to attack Iran. Which is it? Can someone tell me what the theory is? I'm here to learn. Let's hear it. I get it. It's Israel. We got that. This is all Israel. So which is it? They have Epstein blackmail on him. They have other blackmail, or they're elsewise paying him huge sums of money. Trump doesn't realize that he's being duped by Israel because they're duping other people. Someone let me know. None of the above, all of the above, it's everything. Oh, here we go. Trump doesn't see a difference between Christian and Jewish end times. I think that's laughable. You think Trump's doing this for religious reasons? I mean, look, I know Trump says he's a Christian, but he doesn't strike me as the type of guy that's like, yes, I'm bringing in revelations. Does anyone? That's your honest belief. Does anyone else believe that? That Trump thinks he's triggering the book of Revelations. That's the theory here. I don't see where the evidence of that is. I was just debating someone the other day that was like, "Does you think it's funny that Trump never quotes the Bible?" But secretly, Trump's like, I'm planning to bring in the end times of Revelations. I mean, that seems more laughable than anything else. Is that the theory that Consumer and others are going with in chat? He's a Zionist. Okay, so the theory is just Trump just loves Israel more than the United States. He concerned primarily with Israel for Israel's sake, even if it's to the detriment of the United States. That's the theory then? So it's not about money. It's not about Netanyahu or Israel sending Trump money. It's not about blackmail. It's just that Trump's always been the type of guy that was like, I don't really care about America. I care about Israel. And he's cleverly hidden that even before he was president. Now we have, well, it's money. It's because the Adelsons have given Trump money. So Trump's doing this for money. Then we got accelerationism. Now, does anyone else notice that every single person that's making these claims that it's all Israel and you can't question it, it has to be Israel, every single one of them have a different explanation? Have you noticed that? I'm thinking like a goy. I can't see then tell me the bigger picture. That's what I'm asking. What's your version? So far, we have 6 different people saying, trust us, it's Israel, that have given every answer from Trump's trying to bring in revelation, that Trump cares only about the Israeli government and doesn't care about the U.S. government, that the Adelsons are paying Trump to do this, that Trump's being blackmailed to do it. Okay, which one are you on? I'm thinking like a goy. So tell me, how do I not think like a goy? Tell me what the explanation is. Yeah, send in a super chat with your explanation. Make sure you put a star David next to it. He's just a casual Zionist. So, I just like Israel, not to the detriment of the United States, but I just want to flex. Where's the stabby guy that says I'm thinking? I'm just Goyim. Okay. He's going to tell us how to break outside of that. See? It's never the Jewish people. Can't criticize them. Everyone else is fair game, but never them. Who said that? All's we've been talking. I'm talking to people that are like, everything that happens is because of the Jewish people. I'm like, really? And you're like, oh, so you can't criticize Jewish people. Who the fuck said that? Criticize away. I'm just saying, I don't know how that equivocates to Jewish Israel responsible for everything, always. Oh, so you're saying we can't criticize Jewish people? No. I'm not dismissing. I've criticized, I said, I find it suspicious, for example, that all of a sudden we were worried about deporting people on college campuses that were critical of Israel. You could be critical of white people or Christians, but being critical of Israel. Now, if I had to give my reasons for this, it'd be that Trump's not really fucking that up on it. He's being told by people that are interested, that are being lobbied to, etc., like, yes, this is the issue. In addition, even the Republicans, even the good ones, understand that you still at this point get very little traction, or at least they believe so. They're wrong, by the way. You get very little traction actually talking about like Christians being affected or white people. So you always put it in the context of, oh, for example, well, Harvard discriminated in their enrollment process. Oh, who'd they discriminate against? White people and Asians. Asians and white people. But Asians, right? You see how that works? So I think a lot of it's like, well, everybody buys into the anti-Semitism thing, right? In fact, they call Trump an anti-Semite. So here's these fuckfaces we don't like, these foreigners that, hate America, but they're chanting for the river to the sea, so we'll fucking kick them out because they're chanting that. I personally don't know. But I just remind you all, what I'm outlining here was the position. Here's where I am on the scale of, was this a bad attack or was it a good attack? I'm like, a 10 would be, or a scale of 0 to 100. 0 is the worst thing that's ever been done by the United States ever, 100 being the best thing, 50 being neutral. I'm like at a 45 or a 40. And we're going to see where it goes. And if it results in boots on the ground and shit like that, fuck that. Or if we come out and we find out that it turns out that there's solid proof that they were never trying to weaponize a nuclear device or that they weren't involved in assassination attempts, fuck that. Then my opinion will get much lower. But that's where I'm at. And so I'm like, well, what are the type of things that we would look at to see what would move the needle for me? And yes, there are people that really like this attack, and there are people that really dislike the attack that I think are not understanding exactly what I'm doing. That's fair. But the worst are the people that are like, it's just Israel. They're the worst. They're the loudest. They're the most vocal. They're the ones that understand the least. They're like, their opinion's like, this is clearly Zionism. Like, that's it. There is no debate. That's the only reason Trump did it. I can't believe you can't see it. It's that there is no debate. That's it. And it's like, oh, okay. Well, why did they do this? And every one of them gives you a different, well, it's to bring in the book of Revelations. Well, it's because the Adelsons paid him. Well, it's because Trump's in the Epstein files and Mossad set it up. It's because Trump's a casual Zionist and just wants to flex. Well, it's because Trump's an ultra Zionist and doesn't actually care about the United States and cares about Israel. And you're like, well, if it's so obvious, why do all of you have different explanations? I'm not even saying you're wrong. You may be right. Maybe this is 100% Israel's fault. Maybe. Maybe Trump was like, you know what? No, I would never do this. Actually, I'm trying to negotiate with Iran. I think that they're reasonable. I think the leadership's reasonable or could be talked to. Or it's like Putin or Xi where I could talk to them, and we could, it might take a long time, but I could work it out. And all of these Israeli assets or getting in Trump's ear. No, no, no. Fake intel. They're trying to kill you. They're trying to build a bomb. And then Trump's like, oh, okay. Because it was all lies spread by Israel. Could be. I don't know. I'm not shitting on someone that has that opinion. That could be. You have as much evidence for that. Hell, you might have more than anything I'm saying. I'm just saying, like, I'm looking at this. I think that it is entirely within the realm of reasonability that Israel is very happy that the United States attacked Iran. In fact, I think that Israel could have nefarious reasons to be happy with wanting Iran to have regime change. I think they could also have legitimate reasons. Their legitimate reasons could be, we think these motherfuckers want to wipe us off the face of the earth, which they probably do. But that's why I ask a question like, what if Iran was trying to get a nuclear weapon, and what if they did try to assassinate Trump? And simultaneously, Israel's a great fucking Satan evil country that wants the United States to attack Iran. What's the United States supposed to do? Just say, well, fuck it, because Israel's evil and trying to control us, then we'll do the opposite of what Israel wants. In this case, allow Iran to get a nuclear bomb and assassinate Trump. Then what are we supposed to do? You got the evil of Iran that's trying to kill Trump and get a nuclear weapon, which they'll then use, either outright use or use as a defensive mechanism so they could encourage more Islamification around the world. Or the great Satan of Israel that's trying to control everything about our lives. One wants us to go to war with Iran. The other wants us to leave Iran, just attack with. What are we supposed to do? How is that not a false equivalent? How's that a false equivalence? False choice, false choice, false choice, false choice. What I'm trying to do is, again, let me reset. What I'm saying is, I'm trying to say, what are the hypothetical reasons that this could be something that the United States decided to do, regardless of Israel's position? Maybe it is Israel's really evil, shitty people. That's what all the Israel's really evil, shitty people want me to believe. I'm like, okay, let's say I believe that. Could it also be that Iran's really evil, shitty? That they're up to really evil, shitty things? If that's the case, then what should I want the United States to do? And you guys are like, no, that's a false dichotomy. Okay, so then it has to be that if you already believe that Israel's really evil, shitty, okay, and you're saying that's a false dichotomy, then you're saying it's absurd to think that Iran could have been trying to get a nuclear weapon. It's absurd to think that they could have been involved in assassination attempts. Right? That's what you're saying, that it's a false dichotomy? Okay. So then, or what proof do you have that Iran's leaders are suicidal? I don't know what you're talking about. It wouldn't, maybe they thought, I know this is going to blow your mind, if they were successful in developing a nuclear weapon, then they wouldn't be taken out. Because they would say, if you take us out, we'll have sort of a Samson option where if we're taken out, the nukes fly. I think you're setting up a false dichotomy. would be beneficial to the mutually assured destruction. Then we would not be able to stop. Then all of a sudden, let's say Iran has a nuke. Okay, now they have a nuke. And they have some Hezbollah, Hamas people that they pay that commits a terror attack on a subway in New York City, kills 70 Americans. Are we going to go to war with Iran? And Iran says, look, we have nuclear weapons. I think all I'm saying is like there are significant questions to ask of scenarios that could be outlined, and just being like the Jews want something, therefore that must be bad, seems to not be the best way to think of it. That's all I'm saying. That's all I'm suggesting. I don't think it's that simple as to say, okay, let's look at what Israel says. Israel says they're happy with the attack, therefore the attack's bad. There you go. Simple as that. All we have to do is look at Israel. Israel, by the way, should the Fed raise rates in the United States? No, they should lower them. Okay, let's raise rates. Israel wants them lowered, let's raise them. That's the answer. I don't think it's that simple. That's all I'm saying. That could very well be. Israel wants this and it's bad. That could be. Of course. I think that anyone should agree with this, right? Even if you're a staunch Israeli defender. The government of Israel is concerned first and foremost with Israel, right? They're not like, nah, dog, we just want the United States to do good for the love of the game. They don't give a shit about that. So I'm like, I don't particularly like this attack. I'm not super infuriated by it yet. If it leads to fucking a long drawn out war, you're damn right I'll criticize it, like I did Afghanistan, Iraq, Libya, Syria. Right now, I'm not a big fan of it. I talked about it yesterday. And I had the fucking pro-Trump people give me shit. Where I was like, it's a disappointment because Trump negotiated. It's like, look, peace through strength. We won't have wars. Russia would have never attacked Ukraine if I was president because we're fucking strong. And they know we won't fuck around. Therefore, we won't have to launch weapons because they know we're not fucking around. And so at the very least, yeah, what's up, Ryan? Yeah, it'll be fun tomorrow. At the very least, it's a failure of fucking diplomacy. And you could look at Trump and say, look, you saying we would have never had a war if I was elected. Can't Kamala say the same thing? And Trump might say that's bullshit, so that was your take. Russia would have never invaded Ukraine had you been there. I think based on the same logic, why can't Kamala be like, well, if I was there, we'd have settled this peacefully. Would have been no need for a war. Fair enough. It's an argument. Of course, then the pro-Trump people are like, how could you say that? How could you say it's a failure? It's like, I'm not saying just because Trump said he's pro-peace that means I'm a pacifist and there's never a place for military intervention. I'm just saying it's disappointing. That's it. On the other hand, even though I don't really like this attack, I'm trying to think. Like if Trump calls me tomorrow and is like, look, Rob, really like the show. I heard you were mentioned on Joe Rogan. Feminist debate course? That sounds cool. I can't get over this whip wheel shit. The whip songs are the greatest thing I've ever heard in my life. Every night I go to bed. In fact, I have an account on your channel. It's called Wade Boggs. I send you money every night to play these whip songs. Why don't you come to the White House and let me show you everything? We'll get you a security clearance. Now, here you go, man. Here's everything we're looking at. Iran was 1 year away from getting the bomb. Here's how we know this. Here's their internal communications. Once they have the bomb, they're going to increase terror attacks around the region, including in the United States, in European countries. I'd say, oh, fuck. Yeah, it's bad. We tried our best, Rob. We fucking talked to them. We talked to people we talked to Khomeini specifically. He's just feeding us shit. He doesn't know we have this intel that we're seeing. We're talking to people inside the regime, spies we haven't shit, and they're like, they're not stopping. That's why we attacked the first time. We thought that would settle it. But no, they started to rebuild immediately. What would I say in that situation? Oh, wait. Wade says I just... I'd probably be like, yeah, okay, I guess. What if he was like, here is the actual proof that they tried to assassinate me and they're still trying? Yeah, Wade's Bibby. I lied. I threw him up. I was trying to throw you guys off the trail that he's really Netanyahu. But I don't know, right? There's different levels in how you look at things, right? This is true in the legal system. It's true in, like let me just tell you just a hypothetical story. Did you hear about that lady? She threw scalding hot oil on her teenage son. And you're like, holy fuck, that's horrible. Yeah, but he called her a bitch. That's why she did it. And you'd be like, wow. Yeah, that's not justified. That's fucking crazy. You can't do that. You can't just throw oil on someone's face because they called, especially your kid, because they called you a bad name. Don't get me wrong. I'm not saying that sons should call their mothers bitches. I'm not saying that. But that's bad. And if I said that, someone in the chat would be like, you fucking idiot. There's no evidence he called her a bitch. And I'm like, right. I'm not getting to the point yet whether or not evidence exists that this actually happened. I'm saying, even if the story as is we're being told, that's still really bad. And there are people, I'm telling you, there are, I don't know what percentage of society is, but there are people that can't get that. They're just like, but there's no evidence he said bitch. I'm like, okay, I grant that. But even if he had, this is still not justified. But he didn't. Right. I'm not arguing that he did. I'm saying her version, I don't even have to prove whether he did or not. Right? I don't even have to get in that debate. But he didn't. He never said it. You see the problem? And then what you have is, this is false equivalence. If I had this guy Cohen right now, I'm 99% certain he could not fucking steel man what I'm saying here. Maybe it's because I'm not explaining it well. But he doesn't, I'm almost certain this dude doesn't have a fucking clue. I didn't say it's directly equivalent. I was using this as an example to highlight the principle that oftentimes you say, even without knowing if evidence is true or not, oftentimes we look and say, what would the evidence have to show to justify X? And what would it have to show to completely discredit X? You see, that's what I'm doing. And you're saying, but it doesn't say X. And I'm like, right, maybe not. I'm not saying it says X. I'm saying, is there a world where I could say, okay, there was a scenario where a woman throws oil on her kid? Is there any scenario where that would be legitimate? Sure, maybe he just shot the father and was about to shoot her. Okay, I guess in that world, I could accept that that might be legitimate. Now, is there any evidence of that? No? Okay, fuck it. That's the point I'm trying to make. Same thing here. United States attacks Iran. Is there a scenario where that's legitimate? Sure, there are scenarios, some of which I outlined. They try to assassinate Trump. They're trying to get nuclear weapons, etc. Your response is that's a false equivalency. Clearly, it's all Israel's fault. So I'm like, okay, I'm not going to be able to convince you otherwise. So then I tried the next step. I'm like, well, what could it be that this is something Israel wanted, but there were also externalities as to why the United States or Trump administration would have wanted this as well. And you're like, no, those are all false equivalences. False equivalence. Nope. Nope. That's a false dichotomy. False equivalence. Nope. Couldn't happen. Yes, that is what you said, you stupid fuck. Now I'm starting to lose my patience. That is what you're implying. You want me to go back and see all the times you said false dichotomy? False equivalence? It's always the same with you stupid motherfuckers. That's not what I said. That's not what I said. You don't know what the fuck I'm saying, you fucking moron. You're so fucking low IQ, you stupid motherfucker. Your entire world revolves around, but trust me, bro, Israel's responsible for everything. You're fucking worthless. You think you're edgy and cool and you think that you have the answers to shit, just like the fucking feminists that think the patriarchy is the root of all evil have the answers to shit. You know nothing, you stupid motherfucker. And worse than knowing nothing, you can't even try to remotely defend your position without bullshitting and lying. I don't know how many times I can say it politely. It may well be that Israel's responsible for all this. I'm merely starting with the premise. I don't like the attack. What are the potential arguments for why it could be legitimate for the United States to attack? And when the fucking anti-Israel people are like, none of that could ever remotely be true, it's all false dichotomy, it's all Israel, it makes you look like a fucking fool. Yes, this was exactly my point, John. Is there a potential scenario where it could benefit the United States and Israel? I might be dumb, but I'm clearly not a child. I'm 41. Unless you think this is a clever AI. Nah, trust me, I've been more animated on shit other than this. What? Where did I say that I had evidence? We didn't even get to the point where we're talking about evidence yet because so many people that on your side are like, even if there was, what we're saying was, what if there was evidence that showed X? And you're like, I refuse to even acknowledge that that evidence could even exist because of Israel. Israel does everything. It's all Israel. We haven't even got to the point where it was like you'd say, yeah, okay, yeah, if that evidence existed, that could be a reason to act. Is that evidence out there? And then you could say, okay, that's fair. We haven't even got there. I'm not suggesting I have that evidence. I'm suggesting those are the arguments that people have made in the Trump administration. They're trying to build nuclear weapons. They tried to assassinate Trump. So what if that was true? What does that look like? Does that mean that we would say, okay, maybe that would be enough to justify the United States taking out people in that regime? And your response, and so many of the people on your side is, that Israel. Since the attacks already started, I'm of the opinion there is no evidence. There you go. There's a genius stick. Makes sense. The evidence literally cannot exist because the attack already started. This is also true. You wouldn't be able to present anything without them claiming it's a Mossad psyop. That's right. There's nothing you could say. Lop in there over in Rumble. Thank you for the $20. Says, hey, I'm just asking questions. Now, will you take my money? I will. Thank you so much. Then we got Werbs over on Rumble. Says, don't care if Israel's led by Satan. I think wiping the current Iranian regime off the face of the earth is a good thing. It's a take. Then over here, we have on YouTube, Joseph Romano, 12 months, a year of blessings. Thank you as always, my friend. Ben Folds 5 chairs, 17 months. Holy shit. Just here to one up. Thanks, Rob. Thank you. Robert Whaley gives 5 memberships. Thank you. And Baxter Boy, $5. Sniper, unbelievable, 50 memberships. And then another 50 gifted. Thank you, Sniper. Hope everything's going well for you and your family, man. Really, really, really. Thank you so much from the bottom of my heart. Shane, $2 says, blessed hearts to the folks that know the reason. Yep. And then $100 from Sniper. Says, Avarice told me to donate. Whip it, whip it. We'll play whip songs at the end. Thank you. Postal Joe, thank you as always, my friend. I don't know why some people would act like they're a new member, like Postal Joe. I know Postal Joe's been a member for like at least 9 months. Taylor TC, $5 says, it wouldn't matter what Israel wanted if there wasn't so many dispensationalists being so differential to their government. It's a lot of D words there. Spiritual blackmail. Call me GL. $5 says, so proud to know my great grandparents were looters. But was they Kangs? We don't know. Limink, thanks so much for being a member. R. Garcia, $10 says they have Israel derangement syndrome. John Rock, $5 says, my parents are boomers. I made them watch our politics. They don't care. They said, we will be dead before any of this crazy shit happens. Ugh, yeah. And then John, another 2, says, very simple Christians worry about Christians. Yeah. Nicholas Lewis, $20 says, hey, Rob, I missed the days when everything was Obama's fault. Cookie breaks, thanks, Obama. Credit card decline, thanks, Obama. Girl left, thanks, Obama. People believe what they want to believe. Wizard's first rule. I say it all the time, even about Trump. Anytime, like we're one of the, I know, I talk a lot about food. Maybe I have a problem being a fat guy. Did you ever see these potato chips, Munchos? You know what I'm talking about? Munchos aren't like real chips. They're like Pringles, where they like take potatoes and then mash them up or something, and then they like air fry them and make chips out of that, right? I like Munchos. So the gas station down the way, they used to have little bags for like $1.50 or whatever. So if I was driving, I would always get either combos or Munchos was my car snack. And we went in the other day, and guess what? They don't sell Munchos anymore. The woman's like, we don't sell those anymore. I was like, thanks, Trump. She's like, what? I was like, no, it's just always anything bad that happens, I blame. Thanks, Trump. And it was thanks, Biden. I don't give a shit. Houdini, $50. Thank you, man. Says, keep it up, Rob. Wish I could give you more, man. Thank you. John Ruck again, $5. It's kind of off topic, not really. Watch Tucker Carlson episode. Catherine Fitz, Epstein, CIA, Black Budget, The Control Kid, and the bank's role in war. I know Tucker ain't happy about this conflict. Matt Flynn, $10, says the Adelsons donated to give the Mavs the first overall pick in the NBA draft, and they traded away Luka. Son of a bitch in Adelsons. FDNY, $5, says Jews live in Florida. Trump lives in Florida. Obviously intentional, so they can make him a Zionist. All right. Tisha Bromley. So sorry. $2 says, we love you from Crazy Oregon. Thank you. John Brock, $2 says, new show, 20 questions for Jay Dyer. First guest, Rob. I would happily talk to Jay about this. The WLE, $2 says, heart the troops. Absolutely. At the end of the day, they're going to be the front line of this. And regardless if you agree with the conflict or not, Man, prayers out to them. Crash Test Dummy, $5 says liberal presidencies have screwed things up so badly that we need to take kinetic action abroad in order to reverse course on a lot of things. Now, look, I'm as guilty as anyone is saying I don't do this 100%, but oftentimes if you're questioning something, it's like, well, who's praising it? And it seems like a lot, like for example, bailing out the banks. Pretty much every prominent Republican and Democrat in the 2008 financial crisis was like, yeah, bail out the banks. Yep. Now, that doesn't mean that that was the wrong thing to do, but it raises suspicions. And you could say that with Israel. Well, if all the politicians are like, oh, Israel all the time, maybe. But no. Some of the politicians that I think are the worst, Obama, AOC, Ilhan Omar, that wing of the progressive branch of the Democrat Party, they love countries like Iran. Love them. Want to mass import them. Want to send Iran tons of money. Are they not in it? Is that who we should be supporting? Is Obama the man? Is Nick Fuentes right? We should vote Democrat now? Is that what we're supposed to do? Obama actually gave a shit about the United States while hating white people, while hating men, blah, blah, blah. Intel Wild, thanks so much, man. $50 says, God bless us, man. Rob, please just keep eating snacks. Thank you. Appreciate it as always, my friend. Chop Chop says, booyah. 3 months. Thanks, man, as always. And then gives $5. Thank you. Crisco, 17 months. Says, hey, Rob, what's up, man? Hope the fishing's about to start for you up there, up north. AC Ghetto Rice, thanks for the 5, man. Tisha Bromley again says, Tisha Bromley. It's Tisha. There we go. Yeah, sometimes I read it weird. I'm like, Tishab Bromley? Tisha Bromley. Got it. Dan Vicious. A lot of Asian women are not interested in Asian men. Doing that information at you. Okay. Uninvested Observer, $10 says, for the grift, no hard feelings. Thank you, man. So let me just, as clear as possible, one last time say this, and we're going to move on to the next phase of this. We're going to talk about some attacks. Not the biggest fan of this right now. It's not a deal breaker for me with Trump. I don't see proof that he only did this because of Israel, though it could be. I think Israel in general does have more influence than I'm comfortable with in the United States, but I think that people oversell that as well. I don't think that everything that we do, particularly foreign policy, is just because of Israel. I think there are reasons that could exist outside of Israel wanting this attack that the United States and the Trump administration carried out the attack. However, I've yet to see proof that those claims are true, and I may never see them. So right now, I'm not the biggest fan of this. I'm just trying to outline, okay, where would I potentially, because I'm not a pacifist. I do think there is times for U.S. military action. So I'm saying, well, what would those times be in this case that could have been the case? It's frustrating because so many people on both sides, and I think the side that wants to be hypercritical of Israel is more guilty of this than the other. They don't want to have time for any nuance whatsoever. It's just they get to the conclusion at the end. We think the strongest evidence says this was just because of Israel, and so therefore we're not willing to sort of work through it step by step like you're trying to do, Rob. I'm not saying that this wasn't all because of Israel and that Israel's not the biggest piece of shit in the world and that this is a huge mistake. It may be. That could be true. I don't know. And what I started talking about, believe it or not, an hour and a half ago that led to this was sort of the criticism of, Rob, how could you say we don't know the facts on the ground? Doesn't that mean that we don't know anything ever? And it's like, well, no, but it's even worse in situations like these. Like when there's attacks and within a day or two. So I said 2 things yesterday. I was like, one, you're likely to see fucking, Sam Hyde, the ghost of Tehran. And literally, as I was doing the show last night, apparently, here we go. This is U.S. Air Force ace pilot Samuel Hyderson, who earned the moniker the Terror of Tehran after he single-handedly leveled Ayatollah Ali Khamenei's home last night in the bombing raid of Iran. We salute you, Samuel. Now, you remember during the Ukraine war, he was the ghost of Kiev. Remember? Who had fought off all these Russians. It just goes, and people, now I'm pretty sure this guy posting this knows it's bullshit, but people will repost that like they think it's serious. And then the other big story was, that was breaking at the time, was that the United States bombed a hospital or a girls' school or some shit like that. And I was like, maybe that could absolutely be true. But I know what's going to happen. The United States is going to say it's not us, it was Iran. Iran's going to say it's not us, it was the United States. How the fuck do we know? Now, this might be bullshit. I'm just saying, this is what's been put out there today. The regime in Iran has now confessed that the IRGC mistakenly bombed an Iranian school yesterday, killing many children. This is allegedly the post. Aerospace missile hits Iranian aerospace missile hits school in Minam province, or Minam County. It was an inadvertent mistake. Serious action will be taken for those responsible. Now, maybe maybe this post is fake. Maybe this translation of this post is fake. I don't know. But that's the sort of shit I'm talking about. I have no fucking clue. Can any of you 100% say that you know who's responsible? Do you even know if that school was bombed? I don't know. And I see this from both sides, right? What about all the people chanting, yay, in Iran, they're taking to the streets to chant that they're happy that Khomeini's dead. Then what do I see tonight? Here's a bunch of footage of people chanting death to America in Iran. Which one's true? Maybe both. I don't know what to make of it. You'll see all over social media, people be like, look at this attack. And then you're like, someone will be like, no, that's from a 2022 attack. Oh, okay. I saw them claiming just before I came on that there was a missile that hit Israel and took out 7 military people in Israel that were responsible for formulating this attack. Then I saw people saying, that's bullshit. That's not true. I don't know. It's the same with the Russia-Ukraine war. I wish that I could sit here and tell you. I know it's not popular for a streamer to tell you, like, I just don't fucking have a clue. I don't know. It's so easy to just make these claims up. I have my gut feelings. Like, I think that it's probably bullshit that 7 Israeli leaders were killed by that missile. I think that it probably is most likely true that Iran attacked or had a missile accidentally hit this school. But I don't know. Even Grok or whatever AI, it could be wrong. Even like, let me just ask the audience. Are most Iranians happy or mad about this? First off, are most Iranians in Iran happy or upset about this? Secondly, most displaced Iranians, or let's just say Iranians that know of an Iranian ancestry in like the United States or the Western world, are most of them happy or angry about this? John Ruck says most are mad. Half and half. Miguel says most are happy. Keely says pretty fucking happy. I don't know. Supposedly 80% wanted regime change. Maybe, but even if that's true, do you want the United States bombing to force that regime change? Or are you like, no, fuck them too? Iranians in Iran are mad. Okay. Now I know there's definitely, I know this just because it's self-evident. There's some that are happy and some that are mad. The same would be true if you take out leadership in any country, though, so that's hardly saying anything. Here's the next level question. most Americans, do they support this action or not? Your average voting American, do majority of them support what Trump did? Or are they upset about it? You don't support it. I'm leading in that camp. See, the polls say no, but I've also said polls that say yes. It depends on how you ask the question. Let's see. I think I saved this. Maybe not. Insider Advantage was an A pollster in the last election. Do you approve of Trump's actions today in Iran? 54% approve. 37 disapprove. I don't know. Here's what I think. I think that what it'll come down to is how it plays out. Part of it's that you're waiting for the media to tell you how to feel about it, but I think it's more than that. I think it's, well, if it's a one and done and no one else gets hurt, yay. If it's a long drawn out thing, boo. Aftershock says, how many lives would have to be lost before you say it's not worth it? It's a difficult question. Compared to what? I'd say if it comes to the happiness of the Iranian people, one life of Americans being lost would be too much. It's not that I don't want Iranians to be happy. It's just I don't think that's the U.S.'s role, what we should be doing. We should be focused back home. But if the alternative is in a timeline where we didn't do this, they assassinate Trump, or they build a nuclear weapon and then launch a dirty bomb somewhere, okay. I did hear there were 3 casualties. I don't know if that's true, but that's what I heard. It's difficult. I think what I can say is Americans have war fatigue. And so I agree with the chatter that just said if boots get on the ground, then Americans will start to turn on it. I agree with that. Three casualties were confirmed. But again, let's say it's boots on the ground. Aftershock, and you're like, you'll turn on Trump. Fair enough. But what if it's so difficult because you could say, let's say I wanted to be a shithead, right? And I'm a neocon and I'm like, I want to invade Iraq so that Halliburton could get the oil, right? So I'm going to lie and say it's about WMDs, weapons of mass destruction, right? Yeah, fuck that, right? But then you're like, fool me once, shame on you. Fool me twice. But then let's say Trump's like, no, dude, they almost got a nuclear bomb. They would have fucking used it. Or they would at least use the fact they had the bomb to commit terror attacks all throughout the United States and the Western world. You're not going to know if that's true. You're going to be like, likely story. That's exactly what you would say if you were just being a lying asshole. So I don't know. And it's shitty because a lot of it's going to come down to like, well, do you trust the Trump administration more than the Bush administration or the Obama administration or the Biden administration? I don't know. On one hand, I could be like, yeah, maybe. But on the other hand, I'm like, is the leadership in the military really all that different? Here we have, now I know I can't blame people for this, right? I know I can't blame them because they don't watch every show. Who could expect it to? We discussed this yesterday. Let's go back to Epstein. Why not? It wouldn't be a show without going back to the Epstein file. Sue says, how can you trust this administration? Says have to lie under oath. The Patel and Bondi clearly have. Don't you think they did this on behalf of Trump? What is it that you believe in? Tell me the lie that Kash Patel told under oath. Here we go. Kash Patel blatantly lied under oath. Go ahead. Tell me what the lie was. No, you don't have to apologize for missing. It's no problem. So I've tried this probably 6, 7 times. So what was the lie that Kash Patel? No, that's that there were no more files. I don't believe that. That's going to be difficult because what is the files? I mean, for example, they could release every newspaper clipping ever that the FBI looked at tomorrow and be like, here's the rest of the files. And you could be like, but there was this tip into an anonymous tip line that later came out. Therefore, they lied. So I don't know. I'm not saying he didn't say it. I'm saying, what is the implication of that? What did he mean by that? You tell me, what are the Epstein files? Make more excuses. What are the Epstein files? Can someone tell me? Someone send me the clip on Discord or something where Epstein or where Kash Patel said, we have released all of the files, or somehow said that there were no more files. I'm willing to look at the clip. So anyone that can send me no problem. No. When I say what are the files, what I think the files are, when I said I wanted the files released, I were talking about I wanted files released that pointed to ledgers of Epstein, perhaps his emails, business relationships, etc., etc., etc. I typed it in AI. It says, I said, did Kash Patel say all the Epstein files are released? It says no. Kash Patel has not said all the Epstein files were released. In fact, the available evidence points to the opposite. Patel has repeatedly stated or implied that all the files could or would be released, often citing legal constraints, court orders, or limited credible information. In congressional hearings in September 2025, Patel claimed court orders barred him from releasing certain Epstein-related documents, though critics, including lawmakers and judges, disputed this mischaracterization, argued the FBI had authority over its own files. He emphasized the FBI would release whatever we are legally permitted to make public, as is complied with some subpoenas, but faced bipartisan criticism for not releasing more or all of the files in the Bureau's possessions. In other contexts, Patel stated there was no credible information that Epstein trapped victims, others beyond himself, which critics such as downplaying the need for fuller release. Released under the Trump administration first phase of the files by February 2025 by Bondi, etc., were partial or phased. Some were described as incomplete, missing sections, heavily redacted, and failure to meet the deadlines. Public congressional pressure. So I tried to search for this. I don't feel I'm a mental defective. So I just am looking for the actual quote that someone has. Of course, Trump Epstein. It always comes back to Trump Epstein. So people are saying, yes, Trump said this. There we go. Someone's typing in the general. They're going to put Stu's going to put it. Okay, here we go. All right, now here is the proof that Kash Patel said there are no more files, we've released them all. Here we go.
You began the sentence, everything you have direct control over, and then you stop that sentence. You've released everything that you have direct control over?
I have direct control over and can lawfully release. If you're not familiar with the court orders, that's not my fault.
Much more has come out in the days since the American people and Congress have been demanding it, but it's coming out in dribs and drabs. Why don't you just release the entire file as you promised to do?
I literally just told you, there are multiple federal court orders. I'm not going to break the law to satisfy your curiosity.
Okay, so first off, mischaracterized in saying that we literally released all of them. He's clearly saying there that there are files we didn't release. So, mischaracterization, I feel like, from the audience, just to start with. Secondly, did he release everything that he had direct control over that legally he was allowed? Probably not. It's probably still a lie. I would say that's probably a lie. I guess it would key in on the terms direct control over. And I also think that there's probably a lot, so in other words, I think if I'm Kash Patel's lawyer, this is what I'd say. Well, when he said direct control over, he meant like literally the shit that he saw with his own eyes, that he had control over. He was unaware that there was this other file out here with email exchanges between Susie Smith and Jim Stevenson that through a chain of events also mentioned Epstein that was hoovered up by the FBI that we've now released. I didn't say you said Trump said X. I said you said Patel said X. What do you mean this isn't the clip he was referring to? This is the clip he sent me. There we go. That's the one I heard that people said he was lying. The lie is Kash Patel said there were no other co-conspirators. Okay, who are the co-conspirators? Who are they? He was asked, are there, present tense, co-conspirators? Who are they? Who are the co-conspirators? In real time, present time, who are the co-conspirators? I could steel man your position. You're going to say, Wes Wexner. Other people, right? jail. Why aren't they in jail? They are co-conspirators. They were investigated as co-conspirators, but there was not evidence to prosecute them. Because that appears to be what happened. At one point, they were considered co-conspirators. Now they're not considered co-conspirators, which is why they're not being arrested. Now you might say, well, that's bullshit. They are. Okay, one, show me the evidence. But second, even if that's true, Patel ain't lying. They aren't currently considered co-conspirators. Just because at one time they were looked at as potential co-conspirators does not mean they are currently considered co-conspirators. If they were, they'd be arrested. Now, if your argument's just going to be, well, that's because Kash Patel is corrupt and he's covering up for them. And the Biden administration was corrupt and covered up for him. And the Obama administration was corrupt and covered up for him. All right, now we're going to another 6-minute video this time. This time we'll get him. Here's Patel lying under oath this time, sent by Stu.
I want to ask you about the Epstein files. Have you seen the Epstein files?
I have not reviewed the entirety of it myself, but a good amount.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Epstein trafficked young women, including, in some instances, minors, for sex to himself?
That was specifically the allegations in the 2018 indictment in the Southern District of New York.
Okay. Who else did he traffic these young women to?
In terms of what the investigation, again, going back to 2008, Mr. Acosta, who limited the investigation and limited the search warrants and limited the parameters of the investigation, the only thing we are able to speak to publicly, because he was given a non-prosecution agreement by Mr. Acosta, is that first time period from, I believe, don't quote me on this, 97 to 2001-ish. And then when the Trump administration courageously reopened it.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I'm going to run out of time. You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is,
Okay, where's the lie? You have proof that he did, that Kash Patel knows that he trafficked to other people? Cool, let's see it. I'm open to see it. The files say Jeffrey Epstein took 15-year-old girls and had them have sex with this person. Cool, let's see it. Yes, I'm serious. How is this? What about what I'm saying? Okay, he has the files, right? He admits they were trafficked to him, to Epstein. That's what he says. He says, we were limited in the files because the agent Acosta had a limited agreement to basically just look at Epstein. So when we're looking back at the work that Acosta did, the only evidence we see with people that had sex with underagers were Jeffrey Epstein. That's the only one we've seen. If we find evidence that there were other people that had sex with them, we will charge those people. What about that's a lie? I mean, if you're saying, well, didn't you read the file that says that it shows proof that he trafficked a 15-year-old to Bill Clinton? Absolutely, I'd love to read it, or whoever it may be. No, it's not that Patel limited the scope. Patel said Acosta, the agent in 2006, had this sort of agreement that they were only going to, that's what he said. Patel is just looking at the files that the previous FBI had done. And he's saying, based on that, We don't see where he was trafficking to other people. Kennedy asked it open-ended. Right. Patel was very particular. Patel did not say, I have limited the scope. I'll go back one more time. Let's see where Patel said, I limited the scope.
Trafficked young women, including, in some instances, minors, for sex to himself.
That was specifically the allegations in the 2018 indictment in the Southern District of New York.
In 2018, the indictment was just that Epstein had sex with underagers himself.
Who else did he traffic these young women to?
In terms of what the investigation, again, going back to 2008,
What did he do right there? I just want to be clear. What Stu is saying here is Kash Patel just said, I limited the investigation. That's what he said. Let's go back and listen. He said right there was Patel admitting, I limited the investigation. So I want you to listen for the words. I limited the investigation. You ready? Here we go.
In the Epstein files?
I have not reviewed the entirety of it myself, but a good amount.
Okay. Would it be fair to say that Mr. Epstein trafficked young women, including, in some instances, minors, for sex to himself?
That was specifically the allegations in the 2018 indictment in the Southern District of New York.
Okay. I'm sorry. I'm not hearing where Kash Patel, when asked, did Epstein traffic underagers to himself? And Kash says, yes, that was specifically the indictment in 2019. I'm not hearing Kash Patel saying, I limited the investigation. Yes, I just repeated Kennedy's question. One more time. I mean, I don't know what to say. Do you have cognitive issues?
In the Epstein files?
Have you seen the Epstein files?
I have not reviewed the entirety of it myself.
Not the entirety. It's millions upon millions of pages. I can understand that.
A good amount.
Okay, next question.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Epstein trafficked young women, including, in some instances, minors, for sex to himself?
Is it fair to say that Epstein trafficked, in some cases minors, sex for himself? Not other people, just himself. He says, Kash Patel says,
that was specifically the allegations in the 2018 indictment in the Southern District of New York.
Okay.
Says, yes, that was the indictment. Didn't say, did he traffic to other people? Just said right there, did he traffic children to himself, underagers to himself? Yes, that was the specific indictment. And Stu says, aha, aha, that's Kash Patel admitting he limited the investigation. Do you see what I'm talking about? How do you rationally deal with people like this? I don't know what you seem like a nice guy, Stu. I don't know what the fuck to say. I don't know what to say. He's literally not saying what you're claiming he's saying. Hey, I don't understand. What are you saying? You're like, that's it. That was the lie. What? What was the open-ended question? The question was, did Epstein bang underagers? Yes, that's what the investigation in 2018 said. That's a lie? How is that relevant to what we're talking about specifically here? Oh, now it's keep going. See, so now I'm starting to get a little frustrated, Stu, because here's what you do. You make a big claim, then it's shown that your claim's bullshit, and then you're like, well, keep going. You said quite clearly, already there was his lie. Already there. He was asked an open-ended question, and he answered specifically. Aha, lie. Now when I show you, like, what the fuck are you talking about? He was asked specifically. Now you're like, okay, next, move on to the next thing. All right, Stu, you can call in, and I'll embarrass your fucking stupid ass. You fucking moron piece of shit. Wasted my time with the fucking Epstein shit again. Another fucking moron lying piece of shit again. Well, that's not like that. Look, you don't take me specifically with what I say with my words. Okay. Call in, big boy. Let's pull up your quotes as you come on here and lie. All right, I got them all up. Now watch this motherfucker backtrack and lie. I don't mind people that disagree and shit. Why are you gonna lie, though? You can't just be like, yeah, I was actually wrong about that part. But if you go further, here's what I think. You're like, no, that's not what I said. What is he lying about? He is lying when he said, I played that first section of Kennedy there. He said, here, he did it right there. Duh. I said, no. He says, Kennedy asked an open-ended question. Stop. What was his question? I read the question. What was Kennedy's question? Can you repeat the question? He answered only about one time. No, he answered specifically a question of, did he have sex with underagers? Yes, that's what the investigation said. That's what he said. Then when I pointed that up, when we go over, he goes, no, keep going. Did he traffic to anyone else, Rob? Can I call in? Where's he lying? There, right there. Oh, that section? Cool. Let's look at this section. And then after much hemming and hawing, okay, not that section. He didn't lie there. But go to the next section. Are you calling in, Stu? I assume you're getting to your phone or computer. What does it matter if he's supporting Trump or against Trump? He's against Trump, but it's irrelevant.
You there?
Okay, Stu. Here's what you said. Right here. You said, here, he lied right there. What was the question Kennedy just said? So you're going to argue to me, you're going to tell me how this is where Kash Patel lied. You ready? Here's the section we were watching when you said, this is it. This is the proof.
Have you seen the Epstein files?
I have not reviewed the entirety of it myself, but a good amount.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Epstein trafficked young women, including, in some instances, minors, for sex to himself?
Okay, now that's an open-ended question, correct?
Yes.
Define. How's that open-ended?
Yeah. Dude, I have a terrible delay. I apologize.
That's all right.
How do I fix this delay?
I don't
I'm very
know.
dumb.
We could just work with the delay.
Okay. How is this an open-ended question?
Correct. For me, an open-ended question would be like, do you think that's bad?
No, he asked, did he traffic
Children
Sorry,
for
you're just
sex to
fucking me up.
himself.
Yes.
That's not open-ended. That's
No,
a very
that's not,
specific.
that's not what I was talking about, Rob.
Yes, it is. You said that part right there. What was the question that Kennedy asked? You were very clear. That was the part. You were
No,
very
that's why
clear.
when you pulled that up and got specific, I disagreed in the chat.
No, bullshit.
Yes.
Bullshit.
And I was searching. No, listen, I was in and out of chat because I'm searching for short clips of this for you. No, I promise.
I don't believe you.
Listen, there's more lies in this clip. We don't have. I'll grant you all this. Fine, I fucked up, and I'm.
Was
retarded.
this an open-ended question that Kennedy just asked there?
Did he just ask if he trafficked? This was not an open-ended question. No.
Okay, this was not an open-ended. Can you hear?
specific.
Can you hear the clip here?
Did he ask? Did he put a specific time period on this? Did he put a specific time period on this, Rob?
Are you?
Go back and listen.
No, he didn't. No,
Okay.
he didn't.
Did Patel's answer? Did Patel's answer have a specific time
So
period?
now
Rob?
you are arguing. Now you are arguing it was open-ended. Now you are arguing this is the part where Kaj Patel lied.
This delay is unworkable.
Okay, we'll see you later then.
I mean, if you want me to go, that's fine, but you're not answering it. Okay, no problem.
I don't know how to fix your delay. No one really has a delay ever on here through StreamYard. It the only person I've heard of it. So I don't even know the steps to begin to try to solve why you have a delay.
Do you want me to just say what I think you're getting wrong? And then you can pick it apart if I'm retarded?
Wait, here's what I want you to do. It seemed what you were implying is, oh, no, I don't think there was a lie in this section. Now it seems like you're saying, actually, the fact that Patel specifically mentions the indictment in 2019 when Kennedy never asked for a specific time frame shows that Kaj Patel's being duplicitous. Is that correct?
Yeah, you pretty much nailed it. Yes, if Kennedy asked it as an open-ended question, Rob, and then Patel answers it in a specific time frame, he's not being truthful, is he? Because there's a lot more evidence beyond that time frame that he's specifically leaving out, and he's the only person that would see it. There's no other person that would get it. Maybe I'm retarded. Point it out. Maybe
yes, you are retarded. Yes, that's exactly my argument. Yes.
Well, then what's retarded about that?
He asks, did he ever traffic children to himself? And Kaj Patel says, yes, that's why he was in jail in 2019.
No, keep going. No.
We
This is
can't.
ridiculous.
We can keep going.
Yeah, the parts that you're playing right now. Yes, of course. Right now, he's oh my God.
You just said that right there, what Kaj Patel said was a lie.
We agreed at this part. I'm not making this part.
You just said this was a lie.
It if you want, but what Patel is doing is he's putting a specific time period on an open-ended question.
It is not an open-ended question, and he's not.
Oh, okay. Then we'll agree to disagree. I hear that as an open-ended question.
Imagine this: did the Unabomber ever send a mail bomb? Yes. In his trial in 1993, they were able to prove that he did that, and you're like, that's duplicitous. Why would you specifically put a time on it? Because that's when the dude was charged. That's the best evidence. He's saying, absolutely, he trafficked to himself. That's why he was thrown in jail in 2019. How is that duplicitous? What did you want him to say?
I didn't hear the question. Ask him, hey, in 2006, did he traffic to people? Then I would agree with you. I'd agree with you then.
Okay, so what should his answer have been? Well, he was charged with this.
He's clearly withholding fucking information. It's so obvious.
Wait. So his answer should have been this. He was charged for this in 2019.
If he wasn't under oath, this wouldn't matter.
Where is the lie?
Where's the lie? Is that what you're asking?
Yes, where is the lie on
I
this?
was saying this is not a lie. This is him putting a specific time period on an open-ended question. That's where the disagreement for this specific section is. The lie comes later, as I've been saying this entire time. I'm saying, why would you accept his answer of a specific time period here when Kennedy asked him an open-ended question?
It's not open-ended. He said, did he traffic minors to himself? Kaj Patel says, yeah. What if he would have just said, yes? Then it wouldn't be duplicitous.
Then I wouldn't have a problem with this and we could just move on. I think we're
So
just having
just to be clear,
disagreement with this
just
right
to be clear, if he would have just said yes, you would have said no problem. But instead he said, yes, in fact, that's why we arrested him in 2019. And you're like, oh, that's duplicitous.
I
don't know what to say.
No, I'm not saying anything's duplicitous, Rob. I'm saying
you
if this
did.
section,
I said, are you saying that Kash Patel was duplicitous by saying the date of
I'm
2000?
saying he's withholding information at this point by limiting the scope on purpose.
No, now what you're doing is, this is why I'm saying it makes this conversation impossible. You specifically said, yes, it was duplicitous that he put a specific time frame on this. Why? What's duplicitous about that? I don't understand. I'm trying to steel me in your position. I can't figure it out. I think what you're trying to say is, well, Patel's claiming that the only evidence they have of him trafficking children is what the charges were in 2019.
I'm saying if a senator asks an FBI director under oath if there was additional evidence, that a director should say yes if there is. And in
that's
this case,
not what he was asked. That's not what he was asked in this clip that you said was duplicitous. You said the fact that it was open-ended, it was not an open-ended question, and he put a date to it.
Convinced me.
What's that?
You haven't convinced me it's not open-ended. Go re-listen to it. Tell me where it's closed-ended. Tell me where it becomes closed.
Define open-ended.
Yeah, he was non-specific.
Define an open-ended question.
A non-specific question. Hey, what did you eat today? Open-ended.
Right.
Here's a closed-ended. Did you eat a sandwich? Did you eat a sandwich today? That's a specific question.
So what you're saying is an open-ended question would be one that there could be a litany of answers. A closed-ended would be one that the answer would tend to be yes or no.
He could have answered this yes or no. That would have been easy. Yes,
but
I
then,
agree.
wait a minute. How could you answer an open-ended question yes or no? Would you eat today?
It gives the question asker the permission to then
no. So you give an example. So you give an example of an open-ended question. What did you eat today? Go ahead and answer that with yes or no.
Oh, you could say just, did you eat today? I could just change the question. Yes.
So if I said, did you eat today? That would be a closed-ended question.
No, did you eat today? Oh, it's yes or no because it's a binary. Is that why you're making this closed-ended?
Right.
I could answer it how you eat today 1,000 different ways. Yeah.
No. But we're not. The answer part.
You're talking about this purely
logical. Forget about it. At one point, but forget about it. At one point, Kennedy asked a question. Before Patel answered, we know whether or not that question was open-ended or not, correct?
Are you saying that this is ambiguous?
No, I'm saying your claim is Kennedy asked an open-ended question. Kash Patel's answer is irrelevant as to whether or not Kennedy's question...
No, my claim is that...
You said over and over, the problem is Kennedy asked an open-ended question.
Kennedy asked about was an open-ended time period.
Oh, no. You said it was an open-ended question.
That's what the claim is here, Rob.
You said your claim was Kennedy asked an open-ended question.
You've asked me to clarify this like 50 times, and I've clarified it the same way every time.
You have not. You said So you're saying that I'm lying when I said that you said Kennedy asked an open-ended question. You're saying I'm lying.
I'm saying the time period Kennedy is referring to is not the 2006 period.
That's not. You don't know that, and that's irrelevant.
I could do. Okay, play it again, and let's all listen to it, Rob.
Okay, I'm going to play it again, and you're going to tell me that what Kennedy asks is a quote open-ended question, i.e., not one that you would answer with yes or no. Fair enough.
Fair enough.
Okay.
A good amount.
Would it be fair to say that Mr. Epstein trafficked young women, including, in some instances, minors, for sex to himself?
Is it fair to say that Epstein trafficked minors for sex to himself? And your argument is that's an open-ended question.
No, that part is not my argument, Rob.
You said that was an open-ended question.
No, if that's what you're talking about, I apologize for your frustration. That is
what the
clearly
fuck
not
are you talking about?
Keep playing the clip.
No, you said this.
Keep playing the clip.
You said
if you want to have a conversation about something I'm not talking about, what the fuck's the point of that?
You said this part was open-ended. And you said, and I could prove it, because you said, why did you say it was open-ended? Because what's your problem with Kash Patel's response?
No, dude, there's a fucking horrible delay on this. If you ask, he asked, did he traffic to anyone else? That's the part. That's the part I'm talking about, Rob.
No, you said...
Keep going. Keep going, then.
I'm more than happy to go there. You're lying. You were absolutely lying because you said the problem was that Patel's answer was a specific date. That's
Keep
what
going
you
and
said.
watch it happen. Yes, it will unfold in front of you. I told you this is not the part I have any contention about.
You're full of shit.
Okay, then play it.
You're an absolute liar.
I
asked you even when you came on here. I said, you're saying that Patel's answer right here was duplicitous.
Play it, Rob.
You said yes.
Play it, Rob. Don't filibuster. Just play it.
Fuck you. I'll do what I want.
Right, you won't play it, though, will you?
You lying sack of shit.
Here's what you won't do is you won't play it.
I'll play whatever I feel like. I already played it further.
Rob,
the problem is,
this
is what you do. This is what you do. This is what you do. This is what you've done ever since you've been there.
Rob. Yeah, prove me wrong.
You make a claim. You make a claim. I prove that you're wrong on that claim. You're like, go to the next part.
I'm retarded, Rob. Play it.
Yes, you are retarded. Yes.
Yeah, play it.
No. Fuck you. Now I'm not.
Oh, you won't play it? Okay, yeah. Anybody can go ahead and look then. No problem.
This is what you do. You say this.
Go ahead, look. Rob asked me specifically.
Listen, I'll leave you get it out. I'll leave you get it out.
I told him it's not the part I'm contending about.
I'll leave you get it out.
Rob will not play the second part.
Okay, now you said your piece. What he does is this. He says, this part right here is the lie. I'm like, where's the lie? Oh, he cited a date to an open-ended question. The question wasn't open-ended. Be quiet. I gave you a chance to speak. I said, no, that's not an open-ended question. And him giving a specific date, there's no problem with that. He says, on this specific question, he has a problem because a date was mentioned by Patel. And if Patel had answered instead, yes, instead of saying like, yes, that's what the indictment in 2019 said, he wouldn't have had a problem with the answer. So he clearly had a problem with Patel's answer to this question. Now, when he realizes that he's wrong, he says, oh, no, never mind. I meant the next part. I'm willing to show the next part. That's not the issue. What I'm trying to show is you were wrong on this part. And it's indicative of what I see from people like you. You make a claim, and instead of saying, okay, fuck yeah, not that part, next, I was wrong about that, you're just like doubling down, and then you pretend, oh, that's never what I meant. I didn't mean that. You specifically said on this question, his answer, if it was just, yes, he did traffic for sex to himself, you would have been fine with. But you had a problem because he said, yes, that's why he was charged in 2019. That makes no sense. That's my argument. Okay, you ready to admit you were wrong about that? Okay, man, you don't have to talk. We'll see you later then.
Oh, no, sorry, I muted myself because I didn't want to talk shit. My bad. No, I was, if you think that for himself is what I was contending about, I apologize. You asked me directly, and I told you no twice. I didn't start or stop the clip. If you want to say I'm wrong there, I admit I'm wrong there, but that's not what I was talking about. Can we move on from there?
I know you're lying, and it makes me not want to interact.
I'm not lying. I promise you I'm not lying. I know you're not going to trust a random face online. I apologize. I'm a big fan of yours. That's the reason I even asked this question.
If you're not lying, then why did you say him mentioning the date of the arrest was the problem?
Because when you watch this in its entirety, you watch Kennedy ask, in my opinion, an open-ended question, and you watch Patel answer a specific question. And that is an obfuscation tactic, in my opinion.
Was this part right here that we just watched?
You've asked me twice.
Okay, so this wasn't it. So then when Kash Patel answered with the specific, yes, he did this in 2019, that's why he was charged. You don't have a problem with that?
I probably don't, but listen, I'm having a hard time hearing you because this is becoming a little bit of an issue with the delay. I'm pretty good at audio shit too. I've looked at all of this. I don't know what the issue is here.
My point is, why did you even mention him talking about a specific date as the problem when we get to the next question? I don't think Kash Patel talks about the specific date. So it's clear you had a problem with his portion of the answer about the specific date. But when we look, what Patel was responding to when he says that specific date, it doesn't seem like there's any problem there whatsoever, as you're now admitting.
With the date, I think it's just obvious obfuscation. My issue is the lying under oath, which is the next part, which is about the co-conspirators.
What's the obfuscation of saying the date?
If you asked me something like, hey, Rob, did you cheat on me? And I said, hey, I didn't cheat on you in January of last year, I would be excluding a lot of information on you, wouldn't I?
What if you said, yes, I did cheat on you January of last year?
Well, then there'd be no problem.
That's what Patel's saying.
But So you're saying that, but why? Okay, then why there are 3 million pieces of evidence that are contrary to what Cash is saying? That's what the whole problem is.
What? Show me the piece of evidence that is contrary to what Koch just said there.
How about why is Wexner getting pulled into this whole
Where
thing?
did Koch Patel mention anything about Wexner and what we just heard?
Why was he named as a co-conspirator and 6 other?
Where did Koch Patel say anything about Wexner and what we just heard there?
Well, no, the co-conspirator part is where this is all going to come.
Okay, so what we're talking about is right now, in response to this question that Kennedy just asked, Koch Patel
Because
saying,
I think there's evidence beyond him.
Koch Patel said,
himself,
yes, he
including
was
to
charged
Wexner.
in, Koch Patel said, yes, he was charged in 2019. How is that obfuscation? You already said, if Koch Patel's answer to Kennedy's question was yes, you're like, fair enough. If Koch Patel's answer is yes, in fact, he was charged in 2019 for that, you're like, obfuscation? Please explain that. I don't understand.
My problem with the whole thing is yes is an invalid open-ended fucking answer, and there's nothing I could push back to if somebody said yes or no. When he gives additional information, he's now changing the scope. That's what and this is my own nerd problem. I didn't want to split hairs on this, to be honest. I mean, this is not what I would call.
What I'm saying is, I don't even understand how this is splitting hairs.
Again, I think I see your point if you said yes, but it doesn't change the fact that I would still.
And dude, I mean, you're not. See, you got at least one fan. I lost a fan with this line.
You haven't lost a fan. I don't.
No,
think
with this guy
have a
did.
Disagreement
with this
man.
guy did. Do you see now? Did people in the audience see? So we have at least two people that think that I'm lying because
I don't believe you're lying.
Stu's saying, I have a problem. I find the answer to be duplicitous to Kennedy's question of, did he traffic children to himself or underagers to himself for sex? Yes. In fact, that's why he was charged in 2019. That's duplicitous. I don't under the problem I'm going to have, Stu, is I don't know how we could have a conversation going forward. I'm happy to look at the next part and the next question. But the problem is, if this is your rationale here, then it's indicative of like, I find you're in a unreasonable position. I don't think that I could have a conversation because it's so outside the scope of common language and what average people think. I don't know how. It would be like if you just said there, he said the N-word. He said the N-word right there. And I'm like, where? Yeah, it was there. Trust me.
No.
And all the rest of us are like, what the fuck are you talking about? What's the use of going forward?
Okay, you ready? When I said, did you cheat on me last December? And you said yes. Do you think that you answered the question fully just because you said yes? Because you still didn't tell me about like any of the other months you could have cheated on me. You might have cheated on me with 10 people. You could have given me HIV by cheating on me. You really just kind of pigeonholed me into that one thing.
No, I do not think it's duplicitous. If you ask me a specific question and I give a specific answer that you're like, but there could have been outside information that maybe you find relevant that I didn't include.
Well, that's exactly why I said if he said yes or no, I would find that an okay answer.
Okay,
My
so then what was
that he then
but you just
puts the additional bullshit info. And that's just me being a nerd.
But you just contradicted yourself because you just implied by your hypothetical question to me that you would not be satisfied with the yes/no answer.
No, I would just ask further questions. Yes, just gives me permission to key in because now he just answered a chunk, and I would just.
If you said, have you ever cheated on your wife, and I said yes, that's why she filed for divorce last December, you would say, "Wow, that's duplicitous, Rob. That's crazy. Why'd you bring up that she filed for divorce last December?" And I'd say, well, just to illustrate the point, that's how serious it was, that it was public.
But maybe she filed for divorce because you beat the shit out of her, and you're just telling me that you cheated on her.
Nonetheless, the answer was yes.
Have you never met pieces of shit that lie to you, Rob? I'm just curious.
Wait, what?
Maybe you were a piece of shit and you beat your wife and you cheat on her, but you just go around telling people that you beat your wife.
No, I wouldn't.
But you never tell anyone.
How's that relevant to the question that you would have asked?
I would still think you're a duplicitous piece of shit if you're withholding that information from me.
So just to be clear, if you asked, have you ever cheated on your wife? And I said, yes, that's why she divorced me last January. If I didn't say, yes, that's why she divorced me last January, also I'm a piece of shit that beats my wife, then I was being duplicitous in my answer to you.
No, if she divorced you for beating the fuck out of her, but you also cheated on her.
Okay, so then, but why is that going to be analogous to what we're talking about here? Because in this situation, it would be, yes, she did divorce me for cheating on her. Just like the answer to Kennedy's question is, yes, he did traffic minors to himself, which is why he was
No,
arrested
the answer
for
would
that.
be yes for cheating on her and for divorcing her. You would just
No,
be
no, that's
satisfied
not
with only the
true.
first
Because
answer.
then, okay, then why was Epstein charged in 2019?
For other crimes beyond this crimes in 2006 would be my guess. I don't know. I want the
What?
prosecutor. I don't
Wait,
know.
how do you know? You're so concerned about this case and you don't know?
You asked me why he's charged, right? I'm
Correct.
just curious.
What was he charged with?
You're asking me what Epstein's actual charge?
Yes, what was he charged with in 2019?
Was it? Are you talking about beyond the solicitings, or
What was he charged with?
I thought it was for trafficking children.
That was part of it. Yes. And so,
Yeah, and
if the question is,
conspiracy,
did he
different
traffic
sex
children?
Trafficking, I believe, to nobody at this point. But I also
Right.
believe
So, if the
people are in
question
trouble for
was,
that.
did he traffic children to himself? And the response is, yes, that's why he was charged. I don't understand how that's duplicitous.
He asked if he did this with the answers in a specific time. I get what you're saying on yes. The problem I said, which is my nerd thing again, and if you want to call me retarded, fine, is that this is under oath, and he was rhetorically a fucking snake about it. And if you let this go right after that, he lies. That's my
That
problem.
part is not being a snake. And
Okay, then we disagree.
I don't, but
I
that's
think
the
the next
problem.
section
That's the
confirms
problem.
what I'm saying, but that's fine.
I think what that shows is when we get to the next part, you're clearly either bad faith, so much hatred of Kash Patel that you're willing to interpret even benign shit as being duplicitous, and so we should not trust anything that you say because you're so objectively incorrect.
No, I just disagree with what your interpretation of this is. I think he is bad faith in this, which is why he limited the time, man. What the fuck?
He didn't limit the time. He didn't say he only
Okay.
trafficked children in 2019. He said he was charged for it in 2019. Right?
He said did he traffic to himself? Right? Which is correct, right?
Yes.
And if he said yes, all my nerdy English problems go away. When he says yes, and then Patel starts picking up a specific time period, now we're limiting the scope, which is my claim here. And I think that is rhetoric bullshit, personally. Because I think that he trafficked beyond that time period. Obviously. Otherwise, what the fuck are we even talking about?
Okay, did he traffic beyond 2019?
No, I don't think beyond 2019.
Okay, so he didn't.
How about beyond 2006?
Oh, what does it matter? He was charged comprehensively from 2019.
Are you saying it doesn't matter if he traffics children beyond 2006?
No, what I'm saying is he was jailed in 2019 for all of the times that they had proof of him trafficking, correct?
I mean, have you looked at that investigation? I don't know what he was actually charged for in that, to be completely honest.
Okay, then, but you clearly are saying Kash is being duplicitous. This means the burden's on you. That Kash has evidence that he trafficked outside the scope of the 2019 charges.
No, the burden on me is I think he's being a fucking snake for the way his rhetorical proof is. If you want to call me retarded for that, that's completely fine. Why? Because there was an open-ended question, and he specifically he did the lawyer ball trick where he minimized to a specific chunk of time.
Now, does everyone?
That's what I would do if I were a lawyer here too.
Now, does everyone see what I'm saying? Now, he once more, after saying it was an open-ended question, then said, I never said it was an open-ended question, not this part. And now he's back to saying, yes, it was an open-ended question.
No, the open-ended question is about the co-conspirators.
Okay, so so then when you just said there,
the closed-ended question was specs for himself. I think he's being duplicitous at that point. We fucking hashed this out so many times.
So when you just said the fact that he was duplicitous because he gave a date to an open-ended question, what are you referencing? What question? So what you want me to believe is Kash Patel knew what Kennedy, he answered a close-ended question, but knew Kennedy's next question would be open-ended and gave an answer before Kennedy answered that was duplicitous to the future open-ended question. That's your argument now?
I think either this part right here makes Patel either look wildly incompetent or like a fucking liar. Either way, it makes him look bad. This isn't what I was trying to split.
Why does it make him look like a liar? Because he answered an open-ended question with a specific date?
Replay it. I don't think he answered. I don't think he answered
I'm
this
asking you. I'm
specific way. This is
asking.
my problem. He answered this. He answered the question of sex to himself specifically.
Is that an open-ended question?
Is what
Was
the open-ended
Kennedy's question here that literally you see the end of that question right there on
sex to himself is not open-ended question. That's
right.
not the
So
open-ended
then,
part of it.
okay. So then when Kosh gives the answer, basically, yes, that's why he was charged in 2019. That is not him giving a duplicitous specific answer to an open-ended question then.
We're good on that.
Okay, because we weren't good on it just 40 seconds ago.
Yeah, dude, I'm hearing three of you, Rob. I very much apologize.
That's bullshit. That's a bullshit excuse.
I wish you could hear this shit. You asked me about the question for the sex himself. I said, that's a closed-ended question. It's fucking obvious.
The caller is not talking about the follow-up question. He is saying he has problems with the follow-up question, but he specifically said Kosh Patel's answer to this question was problematic, which is bullshit. I'm willing to get to the second question, but when you say, I have a problem with this part right here, and we prove that that part's bullshit, you don't get to get and say, oh, never mind, I never met that problem. I meant the next part, because if I prove that's bullshit, he'll say, never mind, I didn't mean that. I meant the next one. And then we can sit here all fucking night as we go through clip after clip after clip as this person and everyone that wants to take his side that doesn't like Kosh Patel says, yep, keep going. There's more. In fact, this was like, what, a 6-hour thing? How long will we go? If each specific question I get you to admit, like, okay, there wasn't a problem with that, how far are we going to keep going on this? That's the issue I have. I'm not even saying I don't fucking know what all of Patel's testimony was. What I'm saying is when I ask people for proof and they say, here's what I have a problem with, and I'm like, there's nothing there. And we argue about it, and then when you realize you're wrong, you go, I meant the next section. It sort of makes me not want to go to the next section, because if we do the whole rigmarole there again, you'll just say, I meant something else. It's just like debating with the lefty. Trump said Nazis are good people. 50 minutes into it, and then finally they'll go, yeah, but he did say drink bleach. Go to that. That's what I have a problem. Then we'll spend 50 minutes on that, and you'll go, yeah, but that's all I'm saying. You were wrong on this part. You're trying to backtrack and saying you never said it on this part. You were wrong. Well, let's go to the next section.
I said that about that period. That's
that
fine.
was
you want to go
specifically
to the,
the allegations in the 2018 indictment in the Southern District of New York.
Okay. Who else did he traffic these young women to?
In terms of what the investigation, again, going back to 2008, Mr. Acosta, who limited the investigation and limited the search warrants and limited the parameters of the investigation, the only thing we are able to speak to publicly, because he was given a non-prosecution agreement by Mr. Acosta, is that first time period from, I believe, don't quote me on this, 97 to 2001-ish. And then when the Trump administration courageously reopened it.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I'm going to run out of time. You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible information. None. If there were, I would bring the case yesterday that he trafficked to other individuals. And the information we have, again, is limited.
So the answer is no one?
For the information that we have.
In the files?
In the case file.
Okay.
Okay. Now, where's he wrong about this? You might be muted.
Okay, my back. There we go. Are you saying that there's no other co-conspirator in the FBI files? Because from what I understand, let me get this out. After this is when all of the Epstein files were released, correct?
I don't know the specific time of this.
I believe it was.
Okay.
And there were several co-conspirators that had been redacted. They listed the co-conspirators, which were now released.
Who?
The ones that Ro Khanna and Massey.
They were at one point suggested to be possible co-conspirators, but no charges were ever filed to them. Show me any proof in the Epstein files whatsoever that, for example, one of those was Lex Wexner. Show me any proof whatsoever that the Epstein files show Lex Wexner was trafficked underage children by Jeffrey Epstein. I'm open to seeing that file.
That there are co-conspirators, which is why, and he's saying there are none. So that are credible.
No. That's not the question he was asked there. That you said you have a problem. Do you want to go back and listen to the question again?
Yeah, maybe
the question
maybe
was twice. It was made specific twice by Kennedy. The question was, who did he traffic these underagers to?
Wouldn't that imply co-conspirators? Am I insane for thinking that? And if
No,
not, how are there other people that are in trouble for this?
One,
like Prince
not
Andrew?
necessarily. You could be a co-conspirator about crimes with Epstein that don't involve trafficking children. Second, just because someone was looked at as a potential co-conspirator at one point does not mean they are currently a co-conspirator. What he was asked very specifically was, who did he traffic the children to? Do we have any evidence? And he said, we don't have any credible evidence right now. Now, if you disagree with that and think that's a lie, totally cool. Show me the proof.
No, I think okay. So the proof about no co-conspirators, and then
No. The question had nothing to do with co-conspirators. It was a very specific question. Who did he traffic these children to other than himself? Kash Patel says we don't have any credible evidence that he trafficked them to anyone else.
Right, and you believe that, right?
No, you're saying it's a lie, and that you've
I'm
seen.
saying I don't believe that based on after this 3 million files being released and they being redacted. Okay, that's the problem with the file release.
Oh, so now you haven't seen the proof. You just assume that under the redactions is the proof that he trafficked to children.
Absolutely, yes.
Okay.
At this point, I would assume that there is a cover-up.
Okay, so you'll fully admit
I
that
would use the Alex Acosta thing. I would use all of that. Yes, and I would say that this is a lie under oath. Absolutely.
Okay, and so it's just your assumption. You haven't seen proof
about the co-conspirators. All right, let me ask you. You think
you keep saying co-conspirators? I'm asking you specifically that you're saying specifically to this specific question. He lied because you believe the Epstein files show that Epstein provably trafficked children to other people. It's just you haven't seen the proof. You assume that it's in the redacted portions.
Oh, yeah, including the videos and photos. Yes, exactly.
Okay, what videos and photos have been redacted that shows that as proof?
How could I show you if they're redacted?
Oh, but you're mentioning videos and photos. What do you mean?
Yeah, well, there's a whole bunch of videos and photos that they listed that were fully redacted. Some people actually went in and showed that you could change the file extension and view some of these to show you.
Okay, that's excellent.
Let me use a great example for you. Yep. Remember when there was no evidence that there was no wrongdoing in the cell, and there was just a magic missing minute, and then all of a sudden there was a minute that there is evidence for now that showed that they put a barrier up over the camera for some hours. And there's additional footage that showed that possibly a person was walking down the stairs. I believe there's more of that. Do you?
Okay, but you haven't seen it. You just believe it.
I do, but do you believe there's more of that? That's the question. That really
I don't know. There might be more video evidence. I know this. When it comes to these specific files, like originally they said there were all these videotapes that Epstein had. What they're claiming is, it was porn. It wasn't shit. Let me finish. I've said, what they're saying is it was porn. That it was, people assumed, that's shit that Epstein filmed, people having sex. And what the FBI is saying is like, no, that's not what it is. It's just porn, right?
I agree with you, but after seeing the redaction issue and seeing that they actually didn't redact some victims, and they did in some cases redact people who were co-conspirators, like Jean-Luc Brunel as a great example of that. I know he wasn't adjudicated in court, but that's a pretty solid example there. How could you trust them further?
Because I think what's happening is, I'm not saying that I trust them fully. I don't trust anyone 100% fully. But I think every time I hear people make these boisterous claims like you, it turns out to oftentimes either be bullshit or there's reasonable explanations. For example, with Lex Wexner, we heard Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna go about this. Oh my God, on the page that talked about co-conspirator, they actually had Les Wexner's name redacted there. Now, another 19 times in the files, they had Les Wexner listed as someone they were investigating as a potential co-conspirator. And as soon as they came to him and were like, hey, what about this? They said, oh, our bad, within 24 hours and unredacted it. The other names that were redacted, let me finish. The other names on that very page, I do believe that were redacted, were then read out loud by Ro Khanna, repeating exactly what you're saying. Clearly, these are nefarious co-conspirators. Only it wasn't. It was like an auto mechanic who had never met Jeffrey Epstein, whose picture was used in a photo lineup. And it turned out now that guy's life's ruined because it was assumed he was clearly a co-conspirator. His name was redacted. Well, okay, we got the name unredacted now. Good work. So if they were trying to cover for Les Wexner, for example, why would they include his name every other time and just redact him this one time?
No, I agree. I agree with everything you're saying there, totally. But the problem with Wexner that is the issue is that he also gave Epstein millions and millions of dollars for no apparent reason. I don't find his testimony to be compelling, and he was investigated for these crimes. So I think the preponderance. is weighted enough for me to think that there should be further investigation into.
I mean, that's an absurdity. So you just again
explain the money. Why would you give someone that kind of money there, Rob? That's the problem with that. I think that there should be incredible evidence for these kinds of claims, and like $130 million is an incredible evidence for me. Then maybe your standard's different than mine, but that's an incredible standard. I've never met another person or heard another person in my entire life that just came upon $130 million for nothing. Have you?
Okay, so here's where we started. Kennedy's first question was open-ended, and Kash Patel gave a specific date, which proved he was being duplicitous. We went through the rabbit hole there, and it was let me, please, I sit there and let you get your spiel out. We went through the whole thing, and you waffled back and forth, eventually saying that's not where you had the problem. I said, here's the problem. I think you're being dishonest about this, and what we'll see is when we get to the next level and the next question, you're going to do the same thing again. No, that won't be the case. Okay, we get to the next level. You said you saw proof that he lied. It was in the Epstein files. I asked you specifically based on the answer Koch gave here, what's the lie? Your claim is then, well, I haven't seen the proof. I just assume the proof lies in the redacted portions, such as when they did. I said, but look, here's the thing. Like with Les Wexner as a co-conspirator, like he was redacted one time, but was mentioned many other times, and within 24 hours, they unredacted it. And why would they do it? You said, yes, I agree. And then you move the goalpost to something once more completely different. Now you're like, but he must have done something because he exchanged a bunch of money with Epstein. So that's good enough for me. Now we're not on the redacted shit. Now we're on, well, Wexner must be guilty because he gave money. Therefore, Patel's lying.
No, I said that there was evidence. I cited the jail video because because that is your requirement, which I think is a ridiculous requirement at this point, given all of the bullshit and fuckery with this. But since the jail evidence exists, I'll cite it. At that point, you can't say there is no evidence. So now we can talk about things like why.
Where does the jail? Okay, where does the jail evidence?
Minute. There was a missing minute, Rob.
Okay, where does the missing
story? Right.
Okay, the missing minute. How does that prove that Les Wexner had sex with children?
It doesn't. It proves that they lie to you. It proves that they're willing, that they're willing to lie. Right? Does it not prove that? Does it prove that? Does that prove that? Yes or no?
So just to be clear, the whole redaction shit, now it's just like, well, I know that Les Wexner had sex with kids because there was a missing minute of this video.
Why you trust these people? I think they are not.
Who said I trust them? Who said I trust them?
That's what the whole point of this is, Rob.
No, it's not. No, the whole point is you saying I have seen. The whole point is you saying I saw Kash Patel lie under oath. And as soon as we go to it, you're like, I just assume he's lying.
No, when he said there's no co-conspirators, okay, I still believe that. Now you can say that there's no evidence, just like you would say that for the jail video. But then when the evidence comes, you will then shift the goalpost to a whole nother thing.
What are you talking about? You haven't given any evidence
of the co-conspirators. There's an investigation that names co-conspirators. I didn't do the investigation.
Show me
with it.
In this clip
this
right
is what
here.
Two senators are saying.
In this clip right here. Show me where Kennedy asked about, quote, the word co-conspirator.
Did he traffic to any other people is what he said.
Correct.
That was his evidence. Those would be co-conspirators, Rob.
What? Is there, do you want me to, do I need to do a Venn diagram for you? Here.
Yeah, I understand the mechanic is not a co-conspirator.
Let's do this. Here we go.
You're just spurging and wasting time.
Right?
Waste more time.
Here could be everyone that's a co-conspirator.
Yeah, but
right?
the mechanics
this big circle.
We all
and inside that could be people that trafficked with children. So you could be a co-conspirator, but not be the question Kennedy's asking, do you have proof they trafficked with children? Right? Do you acknowledge that?
Yes, I don't see what this proves to you.
So then you say, yes, but if you traffic children, you would be a co-conspirator. And because the Epstein files at one point say at one point they were looking at people as potential co-conspirators, that proves that they had sex with children.
No, I don't say it proves they had sex with anybody.
But if it doesn't prove
traffic children, though, that's what it proves.
If it doesn't prove that, could you? No, it doesn't prove they trafficked children.
Wait, say what you said. That I'm sorry, I missed what you said. I thought you said that they were not co-conspirators, or they were, because once they did it, I thought that they were co-conspirators. They had to have trafficked children at that point. That's what I thought you were.
Could they be co-conspirators in crimes other than trafficking children?
Sure. Why should they be redacted then? I don't care. Like, I don't personally.
It was, as admitted, it was redacted one time. It was redacted one time, and with 24 hours, it was unredacted. Then O'Connor and Massey that said, trust us, bro. They're lying about the rest of this, forced unredactions that were mechanics that had nothing to do with it.
Listen, I'm not saying I trust Ro Khanna, and I'm sorry if a mechanic gets swept up in this. I think it should all be unredacted. I don't give a fuck about the mechanic. Personally, that's where I come down. Other people have other arguments, and I'm willing to hear them. But I think a mechanic can defend himself pretty well. Hey, I'm just the mechanic. I'm willing to believe that. All right. For most people, I think that would be good enough.
Okay,
For other people,
I don't understand the relevancy here.
Yeah, but well, this is the relevance because the mechanic could say, "Yeah, I work in the garage on the island," and just to put the steel man, this Lex Wexner would say, "Yeah, I gave him $130 million for no reason." And I think there's a huge difference between those two people. I think we should probably discriminate here. And to the things that seem crazy, we should investigate those further. That's
but
it. Openly.
What it sounds like to me. It sounds like to me. Here, let me steel man your position. What
Sure,
it is.
no problem.
I just know these people are fucking evil and everything looks shady. So therefore, I assume that Kosh Patel is specifically lying to this specific question.
No, some of the people are, and I do think he's lying about this specific one. Yes.
You have no evidence at all. You just assume things are in redacted files. You have no evidence.
This is what you would say about the jail videos, right? Until the evidence comes out.
No, this is what I would say, that when you say this specific clip,
standard.
this specific guy lied about this specific thing, I would ask you to be like, do you have proof that he lied? And you could say, I don't have proof, I just think he is.
Okay,
but that's not what you did.
Can you answer me why someone like Prince Andrew would be in trouble? Just out of curiosity.
Yes, Prince Andrew. Why is he charged? You tell me.
I don't know. I'm asking you. I don't think he is charged. No, I think this is all internal from the royal family as far as I know.
No, Prince Andrew's been charged.
Yeah, I didn't know. I didn't see that. I'm not going to talk about the British royal family, to be honest with you.
You just brought him up.
Because listen, Rob, I'm work all the fucking time. I listen to your show. I do respect your opinion. That's why I asked you. I could ask a bunch of other people this. I know you had to do this for 6 days already, and I apologize. I missed that or whatever. I apologize. I really want to know what you think about this shit because it seems pretty fucking crazy to me. And if you're saying there's no evidence of co-conspirators, but somebody like a John-Luke Brunel's dead in jail like an Epstein, and there's a Prince Andrew that's charged by this, it seems like that's obvious evidence that there were other people involved. Does that not seem obvious?
I don't know what to say. No, it doesn't seem obvious to this specific question what you're saying. This is what's happening. You're like, there's shady shit out there. Okay, yeah, sure. Therefore, this specific answer to this specific question I know is a lie.
About the co-conspirators, is that what we're both talking about?
He didn't ask about co-conspirators. He asked about, did he traffic children to anyone else?
Co-conspirators for trafficking? You wouldn't say trafficking part buddies? You know what I mean here when I'm talking about this?
No, because what you're saying is, do you acknowledge that there could be co-conspirators for things other than being trafficked children?
Sure, yes.
Okay, so when the specific answer to this question is, no, we didn't have evidence of that, and your response is, but it's used the word co-conspirators in some of the files, therefore that's proof. That's not proof.
No, my proof was there was already an investigation. Epstein's the only one that went down. He went down for 6 months in Club Med, and there were co-conspirators that were not listed. Ghislaine Maxwell was one of them, yes. And she, to be honest, if you look at this legally, I was actually more involved in the past. She probably shouldn't be in jail based on the deal they have worked out. If you actually look at the details of the deal.
Show me. The problem is this. This is what you said.
I think it's crazy, but go ahead.
This is what it seemed that you implied. You were like, the files, the 3 million files that have been released after Kosh Patel said this prove that he's lying.
About there being more fucking files. Yeah, I think that proves it. I think
you said it proves that he's lying about the answer to this specific question.
I think inside these files is probably proof of this. Yes,
okay.
I
you
think he lied about,
but you have not. You have not seen that proof.
I have not. No.
Okay, you just assume that somewhere in there, in what's been released, it's just redacted. In those redacted parts says the FBI says we have proof that this person right here had sex with children that was trafficked by Epstein.
No proof of co-conspirators. I'm not ever.
No,
saying
that wasn't the question that Kennedy asked.
God.
You said he lied to this question that Kennedy asked. Kennedy didn't say, were there co-conspirators? He said, were there other people that he trafficked these children to?
They were excluded in the first investigation by name, including Ghislaine Maxwell.
How
the fuck can that possibly be true? That's the evidence.
You're telling me that you believe in these redactions. Take the word co-conspirator out of your vernacular because you've already admitted that you could be a co-conspirator for other reasons, right? So you're telling me that you believe that in these files, in the redacted portion, is proof that the FBI has that other people slept with children that were provided by Epstein.
I don't think it has to be slept with children.
That's the question that was asked.
No, what if it's the person who? No. What if it's Leslie Groff or one of those people who
listen to this again?
Facilitated every one of these things? And
listen to this. Listen to the question again.
Okay. These young women too, besides himself. Did you?
Courageous reopened it.
Excuse me for interrupting, but I'm going to run out of time. You've seen most of the files. Who, if anyone, did Epstein traffic these young women to besides himself?
Himself. There is no credible.
Okay. Can you repeat what the question was?
Who did he traffic to other than himself?
Yes. And you believe that the files show that the FBI has proof.
I think it shows evidence that should be investigated of that.
No,
Yes,
no, but that's different than what Patel said. You're saying Patel's lying.
How would a document demonstrate proof somebody had sex with somebody? I think that
But in order for Patel,
they should be investigating, Rob.
In order for
Wexner, and the money would be the obvious reason. Then his appearance in the file would corroborate the money.
In order for Patel to be lying, you would have to prove that he has seen the evidence, that the evidence shows that the other people were getting these underagers. That's what a lie would be. It wouldn't be, well, Patel should have investigated harder.
So are you saying are you claiming mass incompetence for Patel? You just didn't look at it, therefore you can't answer these questions honestly?
No, I'm saying that I don't see any proof that these files show definitive proof that someone was engaging in these activities with minors.
Did you look at the files? Have you looked at the files?
I have looked at some of the files, nowhere near all of them.
Have you seen his personal assistant, Leslie Groff? I think that's her name. I might be butchering her
name. Sure.
Do you know she's one of the people that got the Sweetheart deal in 2006?
Okay, and?
Do you not think she helped facilitate this shit? I mean, there's literally her booking flights, booking hotels.
Do you think she was one of the ones that had sex with these underagers?
I don't care. No, I don't know.
Then what's the relevancy to this specific question that you said Kash Patel's lying about?
Because the word traffic, are you saying the end user is the only person that's involved in a trafficking?
I'm saying if someone says, who had sex with these kids?
That's not what
you say, we don't have evidence of anyone else.
No, he said trafficking. Sorry, Rob, I'm not interrupting you. I'm sorry.
The question was, besides himself, who did he traffic these women to?
Correct.
I think that's Patel's answer is we don't have proof of anyone else. Not did other people help him traffic. That's not the question.
So okay, I guess. So because he didn't ask, okay, so you think there's no possible. So the answer to this is, because he trafficked to himself, he can just say myself. And because he didn't book the flights and he didn't traffic anybody else. Is that what you're saying? Because my claim here would be that there's other people that trafficked. They're in the list. If anybody's interested in looking at, you can see them. I named one right now that I think that would fit all the qualifications of someone who would get caught up in a trafficking investigation for this. I don't count them as the end user. I think the end user is the meat people want, but I think it takes a lot more than just the end user.
The question was the end user. That's the question that Kennedy asked. You said Patel's answer is a lie.
Right?
Who he trafficked to.
Sure. Does that imply Epstein is trafficking to them?
Yes.
Is it only Jeffrey in this trafficking network?
I don't know, but it's clear that
see how there would be co-conspirators now to a trafficking network.
It is clear.
I don't know.
It is clear based on the questions. If you take them as a whole, or if you just take it there, right? Not only does he say who did he traffic them to, implying who was the people getting the sex, he actually specifically sets the question up earlier by saying, did he traffic them to themselves? In other words, did he have sex with them themselves?
He said yes.
Yes. Who else did he traffic to? Who else had sex with them?
Are we taking Epstein's testimony? This is the problem with this. Are we taking Epstein's own testimony? Are we taking shit that's in the documents? Because I can show you Leslie Groff. I can show you many people saying I have extra girls. I have details of girls. Those would all be traffickers for this.
Those are traffickers.
Epstein's traffickers.
I don't know. I don't know how to make
how this doesn't work.
I don't know. I don't know how to make this more clear. The question is, who had sex with these kids? And you're like, oh, I could show you other people that helped people have sex.
You're saying nobody did. Who has the more unreasonable position?
I'm not saying nobody did. I'm saying
you're saying there's no evidence.
I'm saying that Patel is saying that the files do not have credible evidence of other people that had sex with the kids. Now, he may be lying. I'm asking you for proof of that. And you're like, you've given two answers. Well, here's other people it suggested may have trafficked, not two, not
Rob,
the people having sex. And then your second answer is, I assume the answers are somewhere within the redacted portion. That's your answers.
You're asking for evidence of somebody having sex with a minor when there's they have statements of people saying there's hours of videos of people having sex with a minor.
Who?
You just can't see the video.
Show me the statement.
Pam Bondi. Pam
Bondi said that.
Yes, her initial thing when she had the phase 1 Epstein release. She said the reason that she wasn't going to release is because it was there was I think the exact word, hundreds of thousands of hours of child porn. I believe.
Yes, and I believe that their explanation for that was
the kids.
I believe that the explanation for that was it was literally child pornography, not stuff that was filmed at Epstein's Island. It was him going online and finding.
I would believe that, but there's tons and tons of women who have already come out to say they were on video doing this, and it all corroborates the things that they said.
Which women?
The one that's dead, the Gouffre woman. There's
Virginia Gouffre, who's retracted many statements that she made.
Yep, she also made the statements. I'm not saying that
she made
correct.
The statements and retracted.
I'm
the
saying
question
was
what
the story.
Okay, what about so just to be clear, any claim then, even if not corroborated, you think would make Patel a liar here?
No, I think he's lying because I think there were additional files and people who he trafficked to that Patel knows about, and so I think he's lying about it here. Hence, obviously.
But you don't have any proof. You just assume. You think he's lying.
Yes, based on so many other things, but yes, also, but this, preponderance of evidence with Patel.
The preponderance of evidence, the preponderance of evidence, because here's what we would have to believe you, if it's in the redacted portions, that it's in the redacted portions, the people that have been grandstanding in this, like Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna, who are able to see under the redactions, have seen definitive proof that named people are having sex with underagers, and yet they're not saying anything.
Isn't that the exact state of everything for like the last 20 years?
No.
No, okay. What would you call that then?
I would say that if anything, there would be not an access to evidence. They would have already destroyed it. So I don't think that they're showing Congress, hey, check this out. Here's a tape of Bill Clinton having sex with a minor, but don't say anything. I think they would have just destroyed the tape.
Yeah, no, I agree with you. I agree with you on that part. I'm saying that listen, hear me out. The state of, if there was evidence and no one's saying anything, that's not unreasonable to assume at this point, since that was the state of affairs for so long, obviously, with many people. So I think that would be silly to think that that can't happen just based on its obvious logic.
Look at the fucking retards that come out with this. Daniel here, congratulations, retard of the week. Even better. I'm not saying that no one else had sex with trafficked women. One, the question wasn't just trafficked women, it was underagers. Second, it was that Kash Patel is lying that the files specifically have proof that other people were having sex with children or underagers. I do not believe right now that any of the files that have been released are credible to point to this guy engaged in this behavior with underagers. If the argument is, but maybe it's in the redacted shit, maybe not. But the problem with that is, why are people like Ro Khanna seeing this and saying, we're just not going to say anything?
No, I think your point's spot on with that. I think they're bullshitting and playing politics with that. Personally, I think that but I don't think that they're wrong about Wexner just based on the money. I think that if Jeffrey Epstein was as connected as so many of the people think, and he probably was connected in many ways, that asking the FBI to sit on this evidence for 18 years, they probably didn't. Probably a lot of it disappeared. Yeah, I totally agree with you. So I don't think you're wrong. I'm
not asking him to prove a negative. I'm asking him to prove a positive. He said definitively Patel is lying. That means the burden of proof's on him. He's unable to show that. He just says, I assume it's in the redacted shit. The burden of proof's on the person saying, you're a liar. Okay, show me. Well, I don't have proof, but I assume it's in the redacted shit to prove that you're lying.
Rob, can you state then what is the problem with what's the Epstein issue then?
What do you mean? What's the Epstein issue?
Detach for a second, take a step back and look at what is the actual moving parts of the Epstein. So let me make sure I'm understanding this correct. So then in 2006, Epstein gets convicted for soliciting minors.
17-year-old or something. He gets
whatever it is. Okay, and then he gets the best prison deal ever, right? And then some time passes. Well, good.
So there were problems with the prison deal. I think it was way too light. But the problem is that there was certain things that they were thinking they were going to have problems with the witness that was key because of drugs and shit like that. So they cut him a deal. Now, the parts of the deal that were favorable were that it was sealed. That's the part that was most favorable.
And why?
Fine.
Costa gave a reason for that.
He at one point said that he was connected. He at one point said that he was connected to the CIA or something like that. He later retracted it, but sure, okay.
Okay, but so then after that, the shenanigans, we can agree, continue. Do you think maybe the shenanigans stopped at that point?
I don't know that anyone's made any claims that he was continuing to traffic people after that. I don't know. Had someone made those claims?
No. That's what I'm asking. I want to detach so that we're all talking about the right stuff here. I'm not saying anyone's made those claims.
I don't know. I mean, are
I
you
think people,
asking me if
individuals,
I
well,
think?
listen,
Are you
individuals
saying?
have made that
Are
claim.
you asking me intuitively if Epstein was trafficking people in 2005? If he continued to traffic after his charge in 2009?
Yeah, and I want to know what you believe. I don't know if
I
there's
don't
evidence for
know.
it.
I don't even know. I think that maybe the trafficking part of it's overstated in the first place.
Yeah,
I
mean,
think that the
it may
narrative that
be
people have is that like he was draining the blood of 12-year-olds, and I don't see proof of that. I see what's most likely is there were probably an awful lot of women that were involved in consensual sex that were going to these parties. And I'm sure it got weird and kinky, and that sucks, right?
Yeah,
And I'm
agreed.
sure that there probably were at some point people that were like 16, 17, etc. like that.
Totally.
I'm sure
Yep,
that's
on
true.
tape. And they
I
got
would
it
say
on
that
film.
there's a reasonable claim to be made that if he got busted for this in 2008, 2009, that maybe he stopped doing it, maybe not. I don't know. I don't know that I've heard anyone claim that he continued doing it after that. I don't know.
Was the island? I think so. This is what I, as far as I understand here, and again, I work a lot of hours, so and this is my topic. But I think he did maintenance and a bunch of shit on the island afterwards, and there were a lot of parties afterwards, which lend people to believe this. And I think there were witness claims that had been retracted. The reason they were retracted is that they took a payout to stop. Just so you're aware after the fact. Okay, so that I just want to make sure we're all talking about the same stuff here. So some of us think it's ended in 2007. I don't, or 2008 maybe, or maybe 2009, whatever the year is. I don't personally think that would end if it was a good operation and he got off so easily. That would be my own personal thing, but I have no evidence. All right. So then in 2019 he gets arrested, and what does he get tried for then? And if you don't think anything else happened,
He was getting tried for the actions that he had taken previously.
but
Other women,
isn't that double jeopardy, or how did that?
well, no. Getting charged for trafficking other women.
But no,
isn't double-
okay. So let me back up. Based on his 2006 plea agreement, he was taking the fall for him and all co-conspirators, and that's why, honestly, if you take a look at this from a legal angle, Ghislaine Maxwell might have a reasonable angle to why she shouldn't be incarcerated. If we want to go like straight up lawyer ball here. Now, I'm a primeval medieval mob guy for this, not for everything, but for this specifically. So don't trust me. I'm a little biased. I'll tell you right up front. But that's what I believe here. I just want to make sure we're working on the same set of facts. I could be wrong. And this has been, obviously played.
The charges were, again, stemmed from actions in 2002 to 2005.
Okay, so they're just a separate set of actions that are
Correct.
being separate. Okay.
I don't understand the relevancy whatsoever to anything that we're talking about.
Well, if it continued on after that, or if you believed it stopped, I mean, that's a pretty big deal. Because
what is the relevance to Kash Patel lying to Kennedy's question?
If you believe it continued beyond that, because I think the
believing it
FBI
continued
files
believing it continued, and Kash Patel looking at files, and then you saying that proves that he was lying. Could it have continued and the FBI buried those files? Could it have continued and the FBI never had those files?
Oh no, I'm asking you what you. Yeah, no. I'm trying to ask you.
So again, you ask me what I believe, going for day 72 in the Epstein files with me here, after we were talking about something hyper specific that you made claims for and didn't have proof for. That's what we're doing. I don't understand why this part of the discussion has anything to do with Kash Patel talking to Kennedy at all. And what it is, and you can see from the chat, this is what it is. People want to go, clearly he was a monster, and you're just protecting PDFs, and clearly there were other people involved. All of that could be true. What I'm saying is the specific claim that Kash Patel is lying to Kennedy here, right? Why would you even give a fuck anyways? Let's go through your and the people that agree with you's fucking rationale here. Well, Kash Patel's a monster that's intentionally covering up for a fucking PDF. Right? He's a fucking monster. Him and the FBI, they're fucking gross. They're doing this. They probably help traffic. But the real problem I have is that he lied to Kennedy about it under oath. Why would you even give a fuck at that point? At that point, it's like, what? That's the least of it. Kash Patel should have been taken out back to a firing squad well before he talked to Kennedy, if that's true.
Sure.
Right? So the idea that it's like, but all I'm saying is, all of your proof for this is just, I believe it's out there. I haven't seen it. I just believe it.
Well, no, I had a similar standard of evidence to you about all these kinds, a lot of things, including the tape and all that, and then evidence appeared, like the missing minute wasn't a minute, it was 3 minutes.
But that has nothing. No. That's
well, no, it's not, because you were told one thing, and then it was in fact the opposite.
But we were told.
Let me get back to this. Let me finish this. The reason why it's important is because we're bombing Iran now. I don't believe Kash is any kind of evil. I think Kash is just doing his job. And my general question is, why the fuck would you trust these people on something like foreign policy when they're clearly full of shit on this and several other things. That's literally the scope.
Why would you trust them on domestic policy?
I don't. That's my problem.
Okay,
Yeah,
so then
I don't trust them
everything
at this point. I don't really trust them on many things. I do
so
think
you're
they're
nihilist.
preferable to
Gotcha,
many other
gotcha,
people.
gotcha.
But I
So
don't
you're
know.
apolitical.
I'm asking you. No,
cool.
I'm asking you why you would continue
It's cool.
to trust
So you're cool. You're apolitical and you're not voting.
No, that's not what I said.
How are you voting?
Why you would continue to trust them, and if you even believe, if you even believe that they have done anything.
How
wrong.
are you voting? Who are you voting for? You don't trust anyone, right?
No, I'm hoping that the third party candidate comes up. I'm not.
Why would you trust them? Who?
Well, no, that's I don't know. I have to see them first. Are you serious?
So
You're trying
so
to
who'd
ask
you
me
vote
about
for?
a hypothetical person that
Who'd you
doesn't
vote for in the last? Who'd you vote for in the last election?
I don't want to say who I voted for in the last election. It was
That's what
not Harris. It was not Harris. I'll say that. It was
a
not,
Trump hater through and through.
No, not a Trump hater. Actually, really.
Did you
no.
Did you vote for Trump?
Nope, didn't vote for Trump, but not a Trump hater. Not at all. Well, I abstained from the last election. I didn't vote for either presidential person. I didn't want to say that, but I didn't.
You abstained.
There was a candidate, yes, for president, yes. Yeah. Now I told everybody to vote for Trump. I've been a third party person for like 20 years. You want to know why? You want to know why? Actually, I think you voted. It was from AIPAC specifically. If there was a third party and they were funded by AIPAC, I wouldn't also vote for them. I don't think you're getting much choice between the two parties.
Someone in the audience is saying, So you abstained from. I got it. Anyways,
Just
I'm
for
tired of this
president.
conversation.
Yeah.
I don't give a shit about people that don't engage in the political process.
No, I do.
That
I'm
wanna
obviously
yell and
talking to
scream
you about
about
the political
Epstein.
process.
I just don't give a fuck. Like
Oh,
maybe
not
you're
yelling
right. I don't
but
give a shit.
you're
I
right.
find
You
it to
should
be.
believe Kash Patel and Donald Trump.
I don't think I. So
That's
what
a
you're saying.
persuasive fucking
So what you're
idea.
saying. Yeah, and you're
No,
right.
no,
You
great
should.
idea.
You're right. You should
I'm not-
believe. You should believe Thomas Massey and Ro Khanna. So over it. So over the Trump hater, trust me, bro, Epstein shit. The files show it. Well, okay, the files don't show anything, but you can imagine what it'd be like if they did, right? Then you could imagine. Now, did I call it or did I call it? That's exactly what was going to happen. That's why I was spending so much time on the first question. It was obvious that this is what was going to happen. Here's my proof. Okay, but that's not really proof. Well, yeah, well, you know that something's out there, right? Maybe, but you're making a definitive claim here. Even tonight, we're going to talk about other shit, and it goes back to Epstein. I knew that was going to be the case. I knew he was going to do that. It was obvious because he sent another clip in earlier. And I was like, well. And actually, there is a clip where he mentions there are no other co-conspirators. That's what I thought he was going to say. To which my response is, there's none outstanding. And if you want to say, well, Les Wessner, but he's not currently a co-conspirator. He's not. Now, it may be that that's bullshit, that that's a cover-up, but that might be the case. But he is quite literally not currently a co-conspirator. He's not being charged. If your argument is, well, Kash Patel's covering up, fair enough. But you can't say that it's a lie. Jean-Luc Brunel was never officially called a co-conspirator. He's dead. He died in 2020. And he was charged for crimes on French soil. Not with Jeffrey Epstein. Yeah, Trump's initial handling of the files. But I just don't. I don't understand. Like, if I'm approaching it from the side, like if I'm this guy, if I'm like, look, fucking Epstein was in Mossad, and Epstein was working with the FBI, right? And the FBI and Kash Patel and them are currently covering up for it, and they know that there are all these people that were banging underage girls, and they're covering up for it right now. That the big thing is like, so he lied in front of Congress. Oh, that seems, it's like the Norm Macdonald joke. You know what the worst thing is? The hypocrisy. Oh, I thought it was the raping. Like, and when I'm like, oh, okay, he lied under oath, I'm like, cool, can you give me the proof? Well, I don't have proof, but I assume that he's covering up. Okay, that's the big problem. I mean, yeah. I mean, sure, tack on lying under oath is a fucking problem there as well. But the guy should be in prison for the rest of his life with or without that charge. And it's very frustrating because, you see, I don't know what to say. There is no getting through to these people. It doesn't matter how much I slow it down. Let's say Kash Patel believes it too. Let's say Kash Patel's a good guy and he's like, surely Epstein trafficked to someone, but the files don't show it. What's he supposed to say to answer that? Do the files show that he trafficked to someone else? Based on the files we see right now, I don't see it. But if we find proof, we'd happily charge them. Nope, he's lying. It does not matter what I believe. You're saying Kash Patel is lying. You don't even know. And the best part is, if I talked to him and I was just more, right? If I was like this, here, man, here's the problem. The problem is, by the time Patel even got into office, here's the problem, man. They already burned all the fucking evidence. You know it. You know it. He was working for fucking Mossad. He was working for Mossad and he was working for the CIA. So here's what happened. As soon as he gets charged on this beef in like 2006, they got rid of like all the fucking evidence, all of it. Then, while the FBI under the Obama administration is covering up for him, unfortunately, Trump comes in and the Miami Sun-Herald and Mike Cernovich start pushing for details of the original charge to be released, right? So, the FBI begrudgingly has to arrest him. Right at that point, right then, they go through all their fucking files and like, let's make sure our hands are clean. Let's make sure the people that pay us, the Les Wexners and all them, let's make sure that there's nothing to connect them. Burn those fucking files. By the time it gets to Trump's people, all the files are gone. If I said that to this dude at a bar, he'd be like, yeah, fucking A, man. Yeah, that's what happened. Uh-huh. Yep. Okay, well then Patel's not lying when he says, I looked at the files, I don't see shit. Jean-Luc Brunel was not charged as a co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein. Jean-Luc Brunel was charged with crimes that happened on French soil. While he was connected to Epstein, the question specifically about co-conspirators that were outstanding wouldn't apply to Jean-Luc Brunel as he's dead and was charged. Kennedy's question was specifically, who were these people trafficked to? it's now remember how we got here. Patel, who, as far as I know, has pretty much nothing to do with the military operation against Iran, but Patel lied under oath. We can't prove it, but we assume the redacted portions of the Epstein files show Patel lied under oath. Therefore, anything the Trump administration says about the Iran conflict must be a lie. Because Patel, even though we can't prove it, we know he lied under oath. That's how we got here. And once more, another 2 hours on the Epstein files. That just comes down to, just believe me, bro. Believe me. I just have a gut feeling what's in that redacted portion. I said this from day one. From day fucking one, when I was criticizing Trump for handling this. I was like, Trump probably believed there was proof of fucked up shit that was going on. And then either Patel and his team and Pam Bondi are lying to him, or even more likely, by the time Bondi and Prakash Patel get to the files, anything that would have proved it's gone. Or there was never anything that really proved it. So when they go to Trump, they're like, look, there's no fucking... We don't have a document of Bill Clinton being like, it felt so good to have sex with that 14-year-old. We don't have it. We don't have video evidence of them doing it. We just don't. It's not here. It's not in the files. We don't see it. Maybe it was once there. But it would have long... If these people are as powerful as everyone assumes, they would have had it deleted in fucking 18 years. And the people that have access to seeing the files, they're like, oh my God, you won't believe it. Like Ro Khanna and Thomas Massie, when you're like, okay, man, let's see the goods. They're just like, wow. You know, you can imagine. The files show that Trump was actually fucking contacting the police about Epstein and Ghislaine Maxwell. Not enough. Doesn't matter. We assume he's still covering shit up. And the previous administration covered it up. And the Obama administration covered it up. Okay. Man, it's fucking frustrating. Anyways, what were we on about Iran? I guess let's read some super chats. John Rock, $5 says 2008 housing and bank crisis. People finally started to come together against bankers the next week after racial politics started to come to divide us. Smokey Bear Bad, $5 says, how do we contend with the fact that Israel rejects the core principles of Christianity? Should we believe they aren't undermining us at every turn? What's an interesting question? Would a country that does believe, like, does the United Kingdom believe in the core principles of Christianity? They seem to be undermining us at damn near every turn. I assume most countries are out for their own self-interest. I do not believe that Israel, maybe I'm wrong about this, but I don't think that Israel is like intentionally destroying the United States. Even if they're intentionally fucking with my politics, I think they find the United States as useful. Same would be true of pretty much any other country. If all of a sudden Christians took over Israel, would it be impossible for them to not undermine us? You know, John Rock, $2 says, remember, left support MAPs, minor attractive people. Donald Rose, $2 says, Epstein and ICE are about Trump. Left-handed assassin, $2, thank you. Lazarus, the co-conspirators were women who paid millions after pronouncing themselves survivors. They're now trotted on stage as heroes. Careful. You get people accusing you of being a bad person. Hashtag believe all women. Intel Wild, $50 says protect Rob at all costs. Thank you. And another 20, thank you. Says we art Rob. Lazarus, $5 says they were labeled co-conspirators for the purpose of investigation, which turned up empty-handed. That was what it seems like. Now, maybe the investigation was clearly bullshit. Maybe. But to assume that Kash Patel is involved with that, or burying files, I mean, I don't see that. He may be, but I don't see the proof. Hellstorm. Wade Boggs, I summon you to fulfill your oath. Call me GL, $2 says, stop saying sex with children. It's assault. Okay. Trench Deacon, $10 says gangbang. Love your content, Rob. Thanks. And Elstorm, $5 says 50 to 100 are probably guilty in code emails. Thousands are guilty of unethical stuff, not related to the worst. Thousands more are just in the emails. Well, I think there's a lot of interesting stuff about, like, the sort of, money changed hands. There could be a million reasons why money changed hands. Many of them unethical. That doesn't prove that Patel lied about that specific question. What does this point even make? Brunel sued Epstein in 2015 in that trial that Khan asked him via Gouffre. You're simply ignorant. What are you talking about? Must be talking to someone in the chat, because I don't understand how that's a response to anything I said. Oh, it says gang, gang, gang. Oh, my bad. What the fuck? Oops. What the hell's gang, gang mean? Friendly fire roads. Yeah, we didn't get to talk about a lot of the fucking Iran stuff because back to Epstein we go. So I just want to say from here on out, unless something new breaks on the Epstein stuff, I can't do this every night. It's the same shit. Tomorrow night it'll be something else. Another person will, I'm clearly a liar. And I'm such an idiot. I always take the bait. I always always. Nothing new comes out. If something new comes out, absolutely. But nothing new does. Yeah, we talked the war. I don't know. I guess I could save tomorrow stuff. I was gonna talk about the fucking NAACP awards and then uh what Chat GPT Brunel Epstein will show you if you're lazy. What will it show me? What's it going to show me? I don't understand. Show me what? What's it gonna show me? The link with Gouffre. What about her? What? Oh, okay, there's a link with Gouffre. Okay? I said he's not connected. I did not. I did not say he was not connected. I said Brunel was arrested on French soil for crimes in France. He was not officially arrested as a co-conspirator of Jeffrey Epstein. That's what I said. Did I say arrested for clams? Well, Hellstrom, $10 says Rob constantly being the gatekeeper of rational discussion, holding a line against Case. Subscribe to Andrew. All donos to Rob. The Rogel Dorn of debate. Eternal robnoerr W. Thank you. I appreciate it. I really do. the problem is what happens is this. People just assume. It sounds ridiculous. This guy trafficked to whom? To himself. How could you only traffic to yourself? Well, you can. The word traffic's actually really fucked up. To be honest, like if you call a woman, it's like an escort, right? And you're a half hour across the state line, and you say, "Can you come to my hotel room tonight? I'll have sex with you for $100." And she says yes. You just trafficked her to yourself. That's trafficking. That's sex trafficking. Cross state lines for money, sex. That's trafficking. So if you did that, if I did that and they'd say Rob's a sex trafficker, you'd say, who'd he traffic to? Which is that's stupid. How could you just traffic to yourself? That's the law. Now, I assume that Jeffrey Epstein was paying people to come to his island to have sex. That's trafficking. To whom? I assume there were people having sex with them. Underagers? I don't know. Maybe he kept them for himself because, again, I don't know how much evidence. The only one we have, as far as I know, is like one person that was 17 that he pled guilty to. The rest of them, I don't know. I don't know. But the idea is what people say, that sounds ridiculous. He had to traffic to someone. Even if we accept that, the problem is, but what do the files show proof of? I don't know. Everybody just assumes. They're like, oh, the files show all the proof. I'm like, cool, can you show me? And then they go back to the same thing that we would have said 4 years ago. Well, you know that happened. Okay, but what are the files? You specifically mentioned the files. You said 3 million files were released. So what can you show me in the files? Let's see it. Let's see the fucking worst part. Yeah, I'm game. Let's see it. Absolutely. And then almost everything people point you to, you're like, oh, well, look at this. Trump with Harvey Weinstein, blah, blah. No shit. Wow. An anonymous tip to the FBI. Yeah, but what about this? This guy says he saw Trump murder someone. Oh, and he had his legs cut off with the magic scimitar. Yeah, but what about this driver? He says a woman told him that they saw Trump in the murder. Oh, and he also says that the Clintons did the Oklahoma City bombing and there was no proof of this. Oh, yeah? What about this post? What about Leo, whatever? He talks about making body parts bleed of a 7 to 8 year old. Well, no, that's about the 78-year-old portions, not 78-year-old. It's the relationship was 7 to 8 years old. It was his ex-wife who lost that lawsuit. Yeah, but what about this guy? He talks about a torture video. Yeah, but what was going on in public right there was a public story about a torture video out of the UAE that was holding up one of Obama's foreign policy projects. And it's like every time. Now, if your argument is, yeah, okay, but maybe there's shit we haven't seen, I'm willing to hear that. But to just be like, I saw the proof. I saw the files. Did you see the files? And I'm like, cool. Yeah, I didn't. I'm admitting I didn't. Now, there's a lot of shady shit of innuendo. Why are they talking about beef jerky? Good question. Okay. What about all these crazy business relationships that are going on? Okay. But as far as here's a person, here's the proof, or really strong evidence that they were engaged in these terrible actions with underage children, I haven't seen it. I just haven't seen it. And I've asked Trump haters. I've asked people that formerly liked Trump and now hate him. I've asked left-wingers. And no one's able to provide it. They just act like I'm fucking nuts for just being like, I'm just asking to see it. That's it. That's all I'm asking. You're like, I saw some shit. I'm like, cool. Can I see it? No. And at some point I get frustrated because it's like, if your argument's just like, dude, you don't fucking know that rich, powerful people are getting up to this crazy shit, I'd be like, yeah, you're probably right. Yeah. But I knew that before Epstein. I knew that after Epstein. I've known that for the past 8 years. But when you're pointing to like the files, none of that is what I said. I said Patel lied. Yes, you said Patel lied. You specifically said because of the files, because the 3 million files that came out afterwards. He says, Rob's saying he hasn't seen the evidence and also said he believes it was destroyed. Bad faith and retarded. No, what I said was, if there was evidence like that, it would have probably been destroyed. However, maybe there never was evidence. I don't know. But to claim that the files themselves have been seen by Kash Patel, who is intentionally lying, saying, nope, there are no files that I've seen, is what I'm disputing. I don't see the proof of that. You're just like, my feelings tell me that's what happened. You even specifically said, when was this? Was this before 3 million additional files were released? It's like, oh, okay. So then clearly you're referencing something in those files. Well, no. Now you're moving on to a different fucking argument. That's different than the Kennedy conversation, isn't it? That was the first clip you sent us, which we also went through. If you remember, here's the clip you said. Here's the clip of the proof of that claim.
You began this sentence, everything you have direct control over, and then you stop that sentence. You've released everything that you have direct control over?
I have direct control over and can lawfully release. If you're not familiar with the court orders, that's not my fault.
Much more has come out in the days since the American people in Congress have been demanding it, but it's coming out in dribs and drabs. Why don't you just release the entire file as you promised to do?
I literally just told you, there are multiple federal court orders. I'm not going to break the law to satisfy your curiosity.
He said things I have direct control over and that there are federal court orders we've released. Further, I said, well, what are we considering the files? This would be a lie no matter what. Because if you consider the files a newspaper clipping that maybe gets released 3 months from now that shows the Washington Post talking about Virginia Giuffre, then Kash Patel lied. And he'd be like, well, okay, there was shit out there. I was talking about the shit I was looking at that I thought was like the salacious stuff that people wanted to see. And then, like any good lefty, here we go. Right on to the next point. Well, we'll bounce from point to point. Again, Jean-Luc Brunel was charged in connection with Epstein along with Maxwell. He was killed before he got to jail. Just don't know. Where did I say I don't know that? You see, just bouncing one thing to the next, to the next, to the next, to the next. That's all it is. One claim to the next, then a claim to the next, then a claim to the next. It does not matter. I could spend 4 hours talking about Brunel, and if at the end of it he was like, oh, okay, you're right, he'd just be like, but what about the fact you said he released all the files? What about the fact that he responded to an open-ended question by Kennedy by citing a specific date? It literally will never end. Stu, thanks so much for your support. You're officially banned from the channel forever, my friend. Goodbye. It's not your fault, it's mine. I can't help but deal with fucking morons like you if I see you, so apologies. Over it. It's not his fault. It's really not. I'm an idiot for taking the bait. I can't help myself. So, he'll have fun in a different chat with someone else. Hailstorm $5 as an FBI head giving knowingly false statements to Congress subject to felony charges. Statements will be legally worded, not necessarily ethically. Gully says, I bet he has another account. Probably. All right. Well, I think I owe one whip song. I will say this. Tomorrow, 10 a.m., I'll be streaming with a good friend of the show, Phil Kerpen from American Commitment. Great dude. Maybe we'll talk about some of the Iran stuff, but what we're really going to talk about is the potential for Trump to pass this law that caps interest rates, and he's actually against it. So I think it'll be interesting. Phil's an amazing dude. He was in the debate community, helped me out as a coach and a judge many times. So I think it'll be a hell of a show. So that's 10 a.m. Eastern time tomorrow. And then we also have tomorrow night at, what time does it start? 8 p.m. Eastern will be another episode of Law and Order with Ryan Mullally and myself. Good stuff. Should be a good show. I have one whip song. Ugh. Please let it be a small one. Man, I feel like I gotta sneeze. Electro. Okay. I promised all those tired of hearing about the Epstein stuff to just remind me. Rob, you said you'd stop talking about this. You said you'd stop. Just remind me. All right, here we go.
Says nay, 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 we're gonna march all day, all day, all day. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Where's a whip? There's a way. There's a whip. There's a whip. There's a way. Well, left, right, left. Where there's a whip, there's a way. Whip right, left. There's a whip. Whip right, left. There's a whip. Whip right, left. There's a whip. Left, right, left, right. Da-da-da-da-da. A crack on the back says we're gonna fight. We're gonna march all day and night, and for we are the slaves of the Dark Lord's war. Now, that about.
Now, see, this is what pisses me off. Could have been if we were talking about the news today. Well, that was nothing. Allegedly, did you hear him say anything there? Allegedly he said, I got him before they got me. Did he say anything? Did I miss it? Yeah, well, that was bullshit. Where did they get this quote? 43,000 likes? Was there somewhere else he said it? Let's see. Apparently it was on ABC. But I don't see the interview. People were just saying he said that on ABC. Nonetheless, if that's true, one of the things I was saying when people kept saying, why didn't Trump message? Why didn't Trump say that they attempted to assassinate him? Well, if he said that to ABC, then apparently that was on his mind. Irregardless. All right, who we raiding tonight? I got to get up early so I can do the show with Mr. Kirpin. So 10 a.m. tomorrow. Mr. Bill's on. Let's raid over to him. That's true, Misogyninja Smith. Trump Epstein got it. Mr. Bill's a good guy. Thank you so much, everyone. I really appreciate it. It was a good show tonight, even if we did get distracted once more by Trump Epstein bullshits. Ooh, what can you do? All right. Thank you to my editor, Black Elk. Thank you to Avarice. Thank you to all of my moderators. EOD, Are We Not Men? Naughty Germ, Zen's Forehead. Who am I missing? I'm missing a good one. Achilles Ware. Thank you guys. And everyone else. Thank you to everyone who donated. Even though I had to ban the guy. Thanks for the guy that called in and wasted a bunch of time. I guess it was fun. Content, baby. What can you do? So, all right. We will see you tomorrow. That's right. We didn't get distracted. I got distracted. I can't help it. Please, Gully and everyone else. Next time the Epstein shit comes up, just be like, hey! You said you were done with this unless something new broke. And then we'll move on. All righty. Thanks, Rumble, too, as well. Everyone over there. Appreciate it. All right. Take a moment and say a prayer for Charlie Kirk and his family. It sounds cliche at this point. Never forget, how many people on the left, I'd love to see a Venn diagram of the people on the left that are upset that Khomeini's dead, that celebrated when Charlie Kirk was killed. Just think about that for a second. And don't forget what the stakes are. Don't forget. So, thank you so much, everyone. We'll talk to you soon. Prayers out to Charlie Kirk and his family. As always, everyone, have a good one.
Only in America is it possible to say, you know what, I don't like the way the country is going, and to do something about it. Take that risk. Take that leap of faith. Stay involved. Trust God and act obediently. Romans 12:2 verse. That God will use all things for good for those who love him. It's bigger than you. I want you to remember that. It is bigger than you. It's bigger than me. You are here to make somebody else's life better, the pursuit of liberty and freedom. You know what gives me strength? The hundreds of thousands of you that say, Charlie, keep going.
1 Corinthians 5 and 15. So that's all pretty amazing evidence, not just intra-biblical evidence, but extra-biblical evidence that Jesus Christ was a real person. He lived a perfect life. He was crucified, died, and rose on the third day, and he is Lord and God of all.